Be starting soon if anybody comes. So just give me a minute if you're listening. Or I guess we could listen to John's channel for a minute. It's pretty interesting. Apparently, I am a heretic, something or other, because for a new reason.
Yes, God is what he said he is in this Bible. You should read it sometimes, and it matches reality. Yeah, maybe you'll take a course. Maybe you'll get some life experience, and you'll figure it out. Yeah, that's why when I go out to the desert, I lose cell reception. Wow, because I went away from the cell towers. Amazing. Wow, it's so complicated. Yeah, it's okay. You can never give me an example of adaptation, let alone evolution. That's the point. Since you're an atheist, you're stuck hiding from your own religion.
So as usual, Exo's on there and he's talking about, and I'm claiming, look, dude, you're dishonest. There's obviously good science that happens in evolutionary biology. Get a grip on yourself. Like, people conflate words. Sorry, evolution occurs as it's used in the literature. It's real. I don't think common ancestry is real, or universal common ancestry. But there's some variants of animals, of the kinds, okay? There's quite a bit of variance. That's evolution. Sorry. Just is. I don't believe in common ancestry. I don't think men are related to half human hominids or Australopithecine. I don't know. I don't know about it. I know I might be related to Homo Nutella Eddie. I know that, but it's because Nutella's good, and Iron Maiden is a pretty good band. But I think the Earth is young even. But dude, it's just like it's not. It's conspiratorial thinking. It's fallacious thinking. It's like, hey, I saw a snake in a guy's house that works for NASA. Therefore, NASA's all fake somehow. I don't understand basic scientific principles, and my model doesn't work. Um, but I know theirs is fake because a guy I think was in the Illuminati, because I saw a picture once with his hand across his chest, who was one of the 200 founders of a certain organization. Therefore, all of science is a conspiracy. Well, can you tell me about how it works? Or at least give me a model that works with your flat thing? And I just believe the Bible. So shut up, dude. You're a joke. It's a joke to the faith. It's an embarrassment. And you need to humble yourself because you're in a position that needs to be humbled. Sorry. Can't be soft on people all the time, especially when they assert this nonsense. It's a joke. It's already a struggle with the young earth thing to try to make any sense. And I guess you could just throw it all to pot or whatever, but just look, if it's not about that, then it should be about being honest. And if you don't know what you're talking about for at all, I'm probably guilty of that too, talking past my knowledge or whatever. But when you're that assertive, it's like, dude, you're not making any sense saying nothing about there's no evolution. What are you even saying? At least say there's microevolution or whatever. I think that's kind of pointless too. But even though young Earth creationists didn't make that up, but it's just so annoying to me. Anyways, I'm waiting for CJ to get here. Let's listen to what he's saying for now. It's a couple of minutes here, and we'll get to the subject at hand. Oh, here.
No, you live in a cartoon. I know, and some people dress up in reality. So you can go to my channel, since you never will, Ermania. You can go to my channel, which is Blood Always Finds Its Level, and you can see somebody that does things in reality while you sit on your New World Order coffee cup and with a big happy smile, take your next vaccine and wear your mask. Congratulations, Emo. You have 36 genders now. Congratulations, guys. All right.
But the sun can't.
What does it have to do with anything? I swear, man. I'm starting to want to hang out with atheists only. I gotta be honest, guys. Come on, man. Listen to what people are saying.
The sun can't make itself. How did the sun make itself? It can't make itself.
Well, it got awful quiet all of a sudden.
Okay, so no, Danny must have just arrived. He thinks that Germania is under attack. I don't think
that was 10 minutes ago.
No, he's good. He's good. Germania's okay.
Yeah.
Just like they won't tell you that the Japanese were off the West Coast, right here in Long Beach, dropping bombs inside Long Beach back in the day, but they won't tell you that.
But can the sun make itself?
No, it cannot.
Answer me. Can the sun make itself?
Handsomely. Hey, Tim.
Romania.
Me or
Can the
him?
sun make itself?
Yeah,
Can
I wish people.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, so where did it come from?
Dunking on atheists.
Formations, like gravitational pulls. Why don't you tell me since you know?
Oh, come on. It can't make itself. You just said it can't make itself.
Right. Well, we both agree the sun cannot make itself, right? I hate to have to ask that, but at this point, I don't know who anymore.
What?
The other guy doesn't even believe in space.
What?
So yeah, we agree the sun cannot make itself, right?
Okay, so it can't make itself. So how did we get made?
How did we, or how did it?
How did anything get made?
An all-powerful unicorn.
Oh, appealing to all powerful. Okay. Oh, look at that. Yeah, you hypocrite. Wicked. I don't got patience for your nonsense, face.
Wow. The all-powerful unicorn pulled that one right out of the Santa sack, didn't you?
I did.
Jeez.
I didn't get the crowd going.
All-powerful unicorn.
Oh, you're...
Yeah, I'm going to start soon. I'm just
incredible.
Waiting for one of the persons that was going to come. So I know at least one or two people are going to be here in a minute. And CJ was working late, so he's coming. And I invited John Maddox. Hopefully he'll come in. He'll probably be late because he's still streaming. I gave one to Kenny, Rebecca, and Danny from Phil Talk. And I invited a couple of other people and told them they could show up and I'd let them in. I'm not going to open the stream totally publicly yet until I get through a little bit of information on a few topics. And we might, if it doesn't go anywhere, I kind of have a little bit of I'm going to define stuff, give some definitions, and then just have an open discussion. So I'm kind of depending on other people to be here before I read the definitions of what it technically. So I might open it up for people to like give miracle stories or whatever. But I was more interested in talking about the philosophy of miracles and like the nature of miracles. That is, I invited a couple of atheists. I doubt they'll come. I don't know them very well. Like Nathan from Digital Gnosis, and I think I invited Knock or the Raging Atheist for fun. So I hope he comes too, but he was going to bed. So it's pretty late for people. I tried to do it ahead of time. I'm still trying to build bridges with different people that I don't know very well yet to get interviews with them. Some interesting people that I've just been building rapport with. Some very interesting positions. See, what people don't know is I know people in the community, quote unquote, the Christian online community. Let's say this believer community that are Bible believing people, and some interesting people out there. You got people think my beliefs are weird. There's people that totally reject Paul because they have the same interpretation that the Christians have, but they say, no way. I want to believe what Jesus teaches, or what God taught in the Old Testament. So they're like mostly Jewish, but like they believe Jesus is Messiah. And they have various weird beliefs about Jesus, but some of them have like a Orthodox Christology and just they think Paul's a false apostle. It's really weird. I really went off on them at first, but then I started to kind of feel their pain. They basically interpret it like a lot of really neo and evangelical groups that are hardcore free grace in a weird way. They interpret it like they do. So they say, nope, not inspired. Why should we think it's inspired? It opposes God's ways. I think they need to be reconciled, but still waiting for someone to come. So I'm just blabbing here. Hopefully I got to have someone to keep me from talking too much. If that's even possible. So I don't know what's going on. I'll check here. Give me a sec. If nobody comes in like the next couple minutes, I'm just going to start. I guess I'll just do it myself. But there we go. Danny's there. No device connect. Okay, cool. Hey, Danny. I almost was able to go on camera tonight, but I just couldn't quite get there.
I get it. It's pretty convenient for me, so it may not be convenient for you.
yeah, I've just been working outside. Like I've been working so much outside, and then it's kind of messy, and nope, I'm not doing it.
How long have you been? 11 minutes. You've been chatting for 11
Yeah,
minutes?
like I don't know what's going on with CJ, but
What's CJ doing?
I invited him. It was just going to be me and him, and but I told him I was going to invite you, and I invited a few other people, John Maddox too. I don't know if he'll probably come later, but Rebecca, I invited. In passing, I invited like Nathan from Digital Gnosis. I don't expect him to come, but
Yeah.
one other person too. I forget, but let me see.
So I've been looking for a systematic Christian theology book because I've been having too many conversations about theology, and sometimes I feel like I should be more confident about what I'm saying. So do you know this book by Wayne Grudem?
Yeah, I think that's like the Calvinist textbook on
the Systematic Theology, second edition.
I don't have it, but I think it's a pretty standard Calvinist one, if I remember.
I just want a general, like I need an atheist to write this sucker so I can.
Oh, I would get that one and then get like Norman Geisler or something.
Oh, okay.
That would be like a pretty standard evangelical type. I think it's even mentioned in this this article I was going to read. It had cites him, in fact, in his section on miracles, and I think I can't remember if it was his Geisler's theology. I know that's. I think he has. I don't know. I'll have to check. I'm just not sure, but I mean, I could send you some, but I think are like used in a lot of schools. There's so many, or Kenny would know. But yeah, that's the one people always talk about. I know that. I'm not sure. I haven't read it, so let's see. What do you have a definition for miracles? Like a philosophical definition? I have the Stanford Encyclopedia on it, but
yeah, it's a very difficult word to define. So I think the Humean definition is what most people like to work with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's in there. I'll put it on the screen real quick.
Some violations of the law of nature of a direct sort, of the special. Yeah, I think that's. I mean,
Yeah, it's like
so
because that's the easiest way to handle it, but there's problems as far as I can tell. Like, which this kind of shows the problems as far as I could see in the Stanford Encyclopedia. Kind of goes over the different because it's for me it's theological as well. It's like there's no real distinction that's clear about God's upholding creation at all times, and they didn't make such a natural supernatural distinction like in the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament. And so, like, just to say like it's God intervening, which is essentially what it is in some special way, I would want to say. But like, how you can make the distinction to just say that if you just say he's like suddenly entering but he wasn't upholding or doing anything before, it seems to kind of defy that kind of notion or biblical notion, I would say. Does that make any sense? I'm not sure if I made sense.
Yeah, no, it does make sense. I mean, I guess if I had to make my own definition to be something like, I guess there's this notion of direct and indirect, and so that has to be made sense of. And I think the way you make sense of that is that God can bring about things via a mechanism, or he can bring about things not via a mechanism. So, if God, like the formation of planet Earth, it's going to be hard counting that as a miracle. Well, why? Because God did not directly form it. He instituted certain mechanisms and causal powers in nature to bring that about. So he indirectly brought it about. So miracles are of the direct sort.
Yeah, I think that's the conclusion on the matter here that this makes as well. It's like, I think this definition, which says, I don't know, substantive revision I'd like to see the old version as well, or does it make it?
I haven't read this article, so you might. Substantive revision this is up to date. Usually even older. As the thing about philosophy is that It's not like you get new scientific data. Like
right, right. People just what? How do they decide? Who decides on that? Then if it's an update is worth making or something.
That's a good question. I'm not, there's editors, of course, and
there's got to be a more than one person, I would guess, right? Like a board of people.
Probably. I don't know how the SCP is compiled. So sorry, I don't know that.
Yeah, I don't know either, but I would assume there's not one guy doing it. It's probably like peer review, I would imagine. But like you said, it's kind of, or maybe it could be just some study or something of like how they may study like how much information.
I think in terms of modern philosophy, anything after 1988 is pretty much safe, because in the 80s there was a lot of new stuff going on. I have this old encyclopedia. This was the Encyclopedia of Philosophy in the 60s and 50s, I think. There's 3 other volumes, and I have to be careful because it was before the 80s. In the 80s, you got a lot of Putnam and Kripke's ideas, which just had such an incredible impact on metaphysics. So there's that. So that's the boring stuff. Sorry. As far as miracles go, what did you get? Did you get anything interesting from this?
Yeah, I think it makes some distinctions. Like I think let's see. Here's Hume's classical where everybody points to it as debunking the sense of saying there's miracles.
You heard me talk to Afi about this.
Yeah. Why don't you speak to this a little bit?
I forgot what we talked about. I need to go back and listen.
Well, yeah, I mean, I can just read part of it, but we could listen to it if you want. I kind of want to get to the discussion. I kind of wanted to just lay out the kind of the common ideas in literature about what exactly is it, just to get the conversation started. It seems like there's good answers to refute this, at least as a defeating argument. He says this is David Hume, famously defined a miracle as a violation of the laws of nature, which is reasonable. This definition has been the focus of lively discussion ever since. Hume evidently means to denote something beyond mere changes in the regular course of nature, raising the bar higher for something to qualify as a miracle, but also raising the potential epistemic significance of such an event if it could be authenticated. That's true. That's interesting. Bringing the concept of natural laws into the definition of miracle is, however, problematic, and for a variety of reasons, many writers have found it untenable. First, the concept of a miracle predates any modern concept of a natural law by many centuries. While this does not necessarily preclude Hume's concept, it does raise the question of what concept or concepts earlier thinkers had in mind, i.e., the Hebrew Bible or the books of the Hebrew Bible, raise the question of what concept or concepts earlier thinkers had in mind, and of why the Humean concept should be thought preferable. One benefit of defining miracles in terms of violations of natural law is that this definition entails that a miracle is beyond the productive power of nature. But if that is the key idea, then it is hard to see why we should not simply use that as the definition and leave out the problematic talk of laws. Second, it becomes difficult to say in some cases just which natural laws are being violated by the event in question. That dead men stay dead is a widely observed fact, but it is not, in ordinary scientific use of the term, a law of nature that dead men stay dead. The laws involved in the decomposition of a dead body are all at a much more fundamental level, at least at the level of biochemical and thermodynamic processes, and perhaps at the level of interactions of fundamental particles. So you can start to see the nuances of what exactly is being meant by the terms used here, and like as far as what would qualify and what would, if you make it too precise, you run into issues, and we're going to get into that. But there are deep philosophical disagreements regarding the nature and even the existence of natural laws. I would kind of argue that way in a sense, as far as being like demonstrable, in the biblical worldview. On Hume's own regularity views, of natural laws, it is difficult to see what it would mean for a natural law to be violated. If the natural laws are simply compendious statements of natural regularities and apparent, I don't know, compendious, what does that mean? I'm not sure what that means. Of natural regularities, an apparent violation would most naturally be an indication, not that a supernatural intervention in the course of nature had occurred, but rather that what we had thought was a natural law was in fact not a natural law. That's interesting. Let's see if I can jump ahead here and get to the Aquinas part here, which I wanted to, that was one more thing I wanted to look at. Let's see. Arguments for miracle claims. I guess that's maybe where it mentions that. Let's see. That's probably a good way to just start it there, I guess. I would say this is more about like proving what it would take to prove one, I guess. Oh, we can come back to it, I suppose. Do you want to add anything, Danny?
Yeah, I mean, also something to take into account, a lot of Christians are mind-body dualists, and a lot of Christians believe that sort of entails that mental causation is very different than the kind of causation that occurs in nature. So if they define a miracle as a violation of natural law, they have to keep in mind not to count actions on the part of agents as miracles, right? So when someone decides to go downstairs to get a cup of coffee, in the morning, that's a bunch of causal connections that are not or can't be described in terms of natural laws. Now that wouldn't imply a violation of the natural laws. Would they wouldn't say that. So there's got to be something there in terms of something to kind of keep in the background, is that there are events that are non-naturally brought about, that are not miracles, and that are but can't be described in terms of, or not covered by laws of nature either.
Yeah. So let me pull up this other thing I found that kind of I think it may speak to that a little bit, and I can see what you think. I don't know who this person is, but I read it in past parts. I looked over it and I thought it was interesting what he had to say here. Like, okay, I'll just read some of it and just chime in if you want to like say anything about what this guy's saying, if you want to add to it. So what miracles are, by the way, this is apparently some guy named Huffling. He's into apologetics, and he's cited in these theological journals that are focused on apologetics. So Christian apologetics, I think. So miracles are by definition a supernatural act of God where he intervenes in nature to alter an otherwise quote unquote natural course of events. It sounds Humean right there, but by supernatural is meant an act that transcends or is not a part of nature. So God's dipping. I would presume that's like the idea that God's entering in where it would have gone normally otherwise, or along a normal
course. That's a pretty good definition. I think that the notion there of intervention has to be hashed out, but that's going to be the sense of directedness that we're going to have to talk about. So I think the idea is this, and I think this might be adequate, that when a miracle occurs, there's a couple conditions. First condition is that God is involved. Second one, God's intentionality is involved. Second thing is that what is brought about has no further explanation than God's intent, other than God's intentionality. So let me sort of explain. If God, suppose, okay, when I just had a Coke and my body just counteracted the sugar by releasing insulin, that can all be naturalistically described and integrated into a naturalistic framework or whatever. Now, the reason why that's not a miracle is that even though God designed all of this stuff, in terms of why I released insulin rather than some other chemical, there's a mechanism in place that does not involve God's intentionality. In the case of a miracle, when your explanation for that said event that you're calling a miracle is irreducibly God's intentionality, there's not a mechanism that's sort of in between the event that you're explaining and God as the explanation. I think that's how we could understand intervention. It's sort of like, and think about the case for the duelist. I raise my right hand. So there's the event where my hand is raised. What explains that? Okay. Well, the immediate event prior to my raising my hand is my desire to raise it, my intentionality. I did it. Okay. Now, if I raise my right hand and I drink a Coke, correct? Okay. Then there's a release of insulin. Okay. So why was the insulin raised? Yes. I mean, it depends on where explanation is just really tricky, but there's a type of explanation where insulin was released given the mechanism that is of release of these different hormones and all that stuff. And so you can describe all of that in terms of these mechanisms and completely exclude my intentionality from the picture. Okay. I guess I'm sort of sorry if I'm rambling, but the idea though is that if you're describing a miracle, God's intention has to be involved in a way where your explanans is namely God's intentionality and not any kind of naturalistic mechanism is involved.
You think that's necessary?
Otherwise, you're committed to saying stuff like, you might be committed to saying stuff like the release of insulin is a miracle.
Right. Yeah, there's a rub there because, or whatever you want to say, but it's because it seems to me perfectly acceptable to say, like, for instance, I would claim there's like this place where no water exists, where God takes the Israelites in the desert, right? And it happens to be like a landmarker. And then he has Moses strike the rock, right? Now, it seems perfectly reasonable to me to say, that ends up providentially being in a place where there shouldn't be like a spring of water, and it's under this rock that's a landmark where the Mount Sinai is, right? And like so my only point is whether it's true or not that that's a real thing. He strikes the rock and there's like a fountain of water that sprays out and splits the rock in half, right? So like it seems perfectly reasonable to think to assume, if that is all true, that in some sense the fact that God had set that up, right? But yet he doesn't have to.
Yeah. So I had I will never forget this sermon. I was like 12 years old in church. Well, now I think it's just really cool to think about it. My pastor was being critical of this article they were Christians. And what they were trying to do is give naturalistic explanations for all the plagues that Pharaoh and Egypt had to endure. Okay, the 7 plagues. So he listed all of them, and I remember, listen to this. I remember saying this. I don't know. I'm not endorsing this explanation. I'm just telling you. I'm reporting to you what he said. The article said something like, "There's all these explanations," and then even for the last one, where the death of the firstborn, they offered a naturalistic explanation. Here's how they did it. That Egypt at the time, apparently, the way that the sleeping arrangements were such that the firstborn would have a bed that was lower to the ground than all other members of the family. Okay, so if there were young children, they would be sleeping with parents or what they give. Like, okay, but the idea is that somehow in Egyptians, the firstborn were sleeping on a special kind of bed where it was low to the floor, right? And around the same time, there was some kind of volcanic activity or seismic activity where
carbon monoxide or something.
Yeah, there was like a poisonous gas was released, but it was dense to a point where it was just at a certain, I guess, altitude or level to where if you were in a house, it wouldn't reach up to the higher bed frames. It only would
clever girl.
What?
I said clever. I think
Very clever. And it killed all the firstborn. Now, here's what my pastor said. He's like, this is so stupid. It's just very simple. God did it, and that's just it, right? That's what my pastor said. And I was actually kind of on his side because it just seems so ridiculous. But
yeah, me too. That's my first reaction. Although I'm opening up to more after you like think it through. There's more to be said, I think. But yeah, go on, please.
But what's interesting is that I think this helps us. What the article seemed to do, especially in the firstborn case, is dissolve the miraculousness of it, right? Because you're outsourcing the explanation to a naturalistic mechanism, right? God's intentionality is no longer in the picture in terms of why the firstborn have died. Now, you can eventually get all the way back there, like, okay, if God intended the seismic activity, or way back in the starting conditions of the universe, yeah, that's fine. But the point is that the reason why it feels bad is that you're going from something like God himself intervened and struck the firstborn to the firstborn were killed via this naturalistic explanation. The former would be a miracle because the phenomena, the explanandum, is being explained by a certain type of explanans, namely God's intentionality, whereas the latter is the explanans is a complete naturalistic mechanism and is devoid of miraculousness.
Yeah. So this kind of thing really interests me because as I've gotten older, coming from a fundamentalist, young, and I'm still young Earth creationist, I still consider myself a fundamentalist, properly understood. I feel inclined to want to say that, although I know what people mean when they use it, and I don't think I'm that. But
yeah, they're just
my
whiners. Don't worry about them.
Yeah. I just want to, say it how I think it is or whatever. But I also don't want to be dogmatic in the sense where I don't hear. I have been pretty good about like accepting things that were hard at first, and as far as I can tell, at least when I'm comparing myself to others, which is probably not good to do. But like I want to bring other people on that journey because I feel like so many of my people, my young Earth creationist people, are so quick to poop something with conspiracy theory, and so I've been blessed by that sort of thing. And just to say that, but so I'm less inclined to like say it has to be super. Like, what does it mean? What is that really a problem? So like, I'm more open than I used to be for those explanations. But that is my first inclination, is to be like, why are you trying to take it away from God? But in reality, it's like, because of my thoughts on what it would look like if you went back in time and saw the Apostle Paul writing the New Testament letters, right? It would just be a guy writing a letter, and I think that's right. And so now I think, if you went back in time, like, or what do we want to say? God did it with magic? Like, does God have to come down and touch the forehead of every single infant that dies? Like, how far do you want to take that? What do you think about that? I mean,
Well, first of all, I don't think that either way, in either case, it's not a problem for Christianity at all. I don't think so. I think that, suppose that crazy story is true, which it's very likely not. The firstborn being near the ground and got gassed to death, whatever. Let's say that's all true. Okay, well then the Bible is still, it's not like the Bible has a problem with that. What if it were true that that the angel of death went and literally, stopped the heart of every firstborn of every Egyptian family, and you saw that? Then fine, the Bible's integrity wouldn't be compromised just on that. It just seems like it's so immaterial. It's like whatever, man.
it's like it doesn't really matter necessarily, other than it's like, I think the angel had to actually use his ghost hand to reach into the chest cavity and quote unquote, use an ectoplasm hand to grip the heart for X amount of seconds to be sure the baby died. It's like, how many feet did he have to get from each child for it to die? It's like, that's dumb, obviously, but.
Well, even if that happened, I mean, it's just not like, when I was a Christian, all I was concerned about with respect to these issues, including young earth creationism, is just what Jesus might have thought, how Jesus thought about Scripture. That's really, I had no problem with atheists of the sort of like or even anyone with the scientific background or was interested in debunking scripture. I'm just, hey, look, I have faith in Christ. I have more faith in Christ than whatever consensus you bring me. If Jesus thought that Adam and Eve were the first human beings, then and if Jesus is God based on testimony or my arguments for why minimal facts, whatever, then if Jesus is God, then it's just, your consensus is nothing. Your article means nothing to me. Like, you could have the most peer-reviewed journal in the world. I mean, it doesn't. How is that going to compare to Jesus's thoughts on the matter? And that was my view.
Well, how did that shift? Because if your bottom line is the words of Jesus, what happened?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that.
That's how you're thinking. That's what.
Yeah, like I mean.
That's how I think. So yeah.
Yeah. Then I'm just saying. I'm saying with respect to the smaller issues about how exactly did God bring about what He wanted, or do we call it a miracle or not a miracle? How did the play? What are there chariots in the Red Sea or not? Right, like stuff like that. It's just none of it mattered to me. Like, it was just not. I was like Superman. These bullets just bounced off me because it just did not matter to me. Right. If the whole damn Old Testament was metaphorical, okay, as so long as Jesus died, resurrected, I was and that his claim, he made the sorts of claims about his deity and all those things. So long as I have that, you can have what you want. I don't know. That was my. So I don't really think you should be. I think that. Why am I talking about this? I think I was sensing some kind of, some not worry, but like you're sort of, and you weren't ranting either. You were just, there was like a kind of concern on your part. I don't think you should be too concerned about this stuff unless you're interested.
Yeah, for me, I'm interested in like how it just. I'm just totally interested in the thinking it out, like, because there's so many interesting questions you can ask about, like, and I don't even have a preferred answer necessarily. I was thinking, like, so some of the things that I wanted to cover just for fun was kind of.
Yeah. Okay. Then then I misunderstood.
Yeah. I mean, this interests me. I'm interested in this conversation because I'm kind of
by stuff like this. Be bothered by other stuff.
Yeah. Like I'm more worried about theological things among Christians in that regards, and I need to chill out a little bit on that. But like, that's really important to me.
How was your talk with SFT?
I didn't go very well for me, and I was just kind of tired and out of it. So, but the open discussion, I just like kind of biffed. It's like just was nervous, I guess.
Were you ganged up?
Huh?
Were you ganged up on?
I don't mind that so much. Usually, it was fine. No, it went well. I tried to tell. I was trying to. I kind of regret that I said it, but I do kind of want to see what you think.
I didn't see it.
Yeah. So I'll tell. I think I'm so funny sometimes, and it's probably I don't realize how much I'm embarrassing myself. But I was just trying to make a point about because I'm opposing this idea, like, because I see these guys with the OSAS thing and the free grace. They like, one of the guys literally like turned the like righteousness into like, where if you're doing righteous acts, then it means you're literally disobeying God, and it was like that was the implications of what he was saying. I was like, dude, I don't think you want to go there. Like,
there's a lot of gibberish generating on those open mics. I mean, it's just,
and that's my concern. That's like where it goes. That's where it goes. It's like they're not listening to what I'm saying, so it's like I don't even know if it's worth it anymore. But I'm just like, look, you're not representing me. You're unable to steel man me. You're not trying to hear, and it's like then you'll go to any lengths to hold your thing. But so here's the illustration I made. I was like, this story is not actually true, but here goes. It's like, here's my testimony. And it's this, I guess I'll just kind of do the little skit thing or whatever. But it's like, I'm like, I'm a hitman, or, I'm some horrible profession where it's against God's ways or whatever. And I'm a hitman, and I'm in a town, a city, San Francisco, and I'm staying at the hotel, and I got a 151 bottle with me, and I'm just totally wasted. And I stumble down to the restaurant. It's a Chinese restaurant attached to the hotel. And I get a whatever poo-poo platter, and then they bring me a fortune cookie, and I'm like falling off my chair, and I crack open the cookie, and I'm looking at my watch thinking, oh, I got to get to that hit because I got to take that guy out. And I crack this fortune cookie, and it says John 3:16, and I read it, and that sounds kind of nice. I'd like to live forever. So I realize I'm late, and so I don't have time to get a taxi. So I steal a car, and I'm rushing to the airport, wasted out of my mind. And I'm like, I bump into the car in front of me, and I look at his bumper, and I see a bumper sticker, and it says "Honk for Jesus." And I thought, I remembered my fortune cookie, and so I honked. I honked twice, and so I'm saved, right? Like, you know what I mean, that sort of thing. And it's like, that's essentially what they're saying. And I'm not saying someone couldn't get saved that way. So that was probably dumb to say, especially when he's like wanting to do it more seriously. But I mean, that's how I feel like if I'm really honest about it. So do you think that's just kind of like,
it's such a difficult issue? That was the last thing I was really struggling with as a Christian, was how do I know that I'm in God's hand?
Yeah.
I just had a hard time like coming to an assurance that I was either elect or that I had that I had the right beliefs,
right,
right attitudes.
So were you into the Calvinist thing? You weren't a Calvinist, were you? And then you heard about it though as you were kind of losing your faith. Are you saying you like?
I was never a Calvinist. No. But I don't know. It's just that a lot of people think that Calvinism has unique problems concerning these issues. I just don't think they do. They have unique answers to these questions. Mm-hmm. Like the way the words that come out of their mouths are different than what these other people. But I don't think these other factions of Christian thought or theology have like significant advantages. Maybe open theism does, but only with respect to certain issues.
Are you saying determinism is true? So if Christianity is true, then it must be that sort of system, right?
I'm just saying that if you think there's problems with determinism, I'm not so sure if those problems are solved if you accept indeterminism. It might if you accept open theism, because what a lot of people think is that not a lot, but what some people think is that if you accept indeterminism, that just naturally implies open theism. But if you hop onto the indeterminism side of the fence, but nonetheless, all the same conditionals are true. So, like, okay, let me give you an example. So there's this conditional. If I get on Jamie's stream, I will talk about miracles. Okay, there's that conditional. Mm-hmm. That conditional is on Molinism, or on the Arminian view and the Calvinist view. It's true on all views. Mm-hmm. Okay. And all views, God knows about that conditional prior to it happening. And that's enough for there to be a question about what's going on with respect to good and evil, or whether it should happen or should not happen. And so, but the Molinists and Arminians are saying, well, we accept indeterminism. And so we can say stuff like God is not causally responsible for Danny talking about miracles on Jamie Russell's stream. The Calvinists will just own up to it. Yeah, God is causally responsible.
Most of them.
Yeah, most.
Or some of them.
Yeah, you're right.
CJ, CJ, Chris, Dave. Yeah.
Okay, so people are bickering about. Not bickering. Yeah, I think almost bickering. They're bickering about. Oh well, y'all are saying causally responsible. We're saying this instead. We don't. You have to say this. You don't have to say that. But all of these three factions all accept the conditional, and that God knew the conditional before bringing about the state of affairs. That notion of bringing about is going to be cashed out differently among the three, or among the two. But it just doesn't matter, right? It's you have the conditions for responsibility. You have God's knowledge of the conditional prior to it happening, and the events depend on God's intentionality, whether causally or non-causally. There's still a dependence relation. So I think
this is what we were talking about on Brecca's channel. with Rob Rowe was there and Pine Creek and you and I came
So
and
yeah, so the idea is that you have the conditions for responsibility, even if God didn't causally bring things about. If he brought it about in any sense, which is what the Molinists and Arminians are saying, that God didn't causally bring it about, but he brought it about. Okay, he didn't cause
I know that's wrong because he caused the. I mean, there's not a word for it. He made the necessary conditions and
they use the word. I mean, we've been through this. They use simply brought about or weakly actualized or influenced.
I like actualized. I think.
Yeah, I do too.
I think that
the point is that okay. So the Calvinists think that God strongly actualized everything. The Molinist thinks that, and the Armenians think that. Well, there are going to be cases where God.
I changed my mind. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, the Molinists and the Armenians are saying that, well, okay, God strongly actualizes some things, like the Himalayas. God strongly actualized that, but he didn't strongly actualize your decisions. And then, okay, but he weakly actualized them. So what is the advantage, I'm asking, of retreating back to weak actualization? And I'm saying that there is no advantage to it. In terms of the problems that the other side is raising. So then you have the open theist, where God doesn't know about that conditional. God didn't know prior to it happening that if Danny gets on Jamie's stream, then he would talk about miracles.
Seems to me that God wouldn't know anything.
Yeah, well, I to be honest,
you know what I mean by that? Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, when are you going to start having him not know stuff, and where does he start knowing stuff, and how is that the case? And then once you start laying down principles of things you suspect God could do, by the way, very humanly and anthropologically, thinking about how you would know, and then you apply them to God, and then you give him two toadstools from Mario, to boost him up a little bit because he's God after all. Then you have to go, well, once he has all that, and once he has that much ability, why wouldn't he know more than that? And then what's stunting that knowledge from there, just exceeding to being what you were a minute ago, which is has perfect foreknowledge. I'm yet to see anybody make sense of that. So in other words, if you're going to make it that God doesn't know the future because there's no truth value to a future free will future choice, then see there's kind of a problem in the reverse way, because then it's like, well, does he not know which way I'm going to move my arm next? Certainly.
No, but so they're going to they make exceptions to certain types of.
Yeah. Please do tell.
Yeah, they're going to be exceptions like things that are naturalistically determined. So God could know, for instance, if there is some mass falling at a certain acceleration, he's going to know what its force will be, gravitational force is going to be, and that's just going to be based on certain laws of nature that he can know that from. So, in other words, God can deduce future events, and he can know those future events given strict covering laws. But the problem with libertarian free will is that there are no laws of the sort. So that there are going to be truth values about naturalistic future phenomena, given that there are naturalistic explanations that involve exceptionless laws. But
think about what you just said there, Danny. You said God's going to know because of the trajectory, how we would know do the calculus on a falling object, right?
Yeah.
But suddenly this is circling back around into the miracle question thing and the problem with God's supernatural natural distinction. I just wanted to throw that in there, put a pin in that real quick before you went on.
Yeah, so he's going to know stuff like that. It's just that when it comes to creaturely free acts, given that there are no laws of free will, right, then there's nothing to kind of explain these conditionals or these counterfactuals. I think it's the idea. But originally, you like to bring up determinism. I think that determinism has gotten a bad rep. All the indeterminists are saying that you can't have freedom without indeterminism, but I'm in the camp where, like, I'm an optimist. I think that in the philosophical sense, like, I think that determinism sort of makes it possible to be responsible. So the determinists like me are actually looking at you and saying, how can you have more responsibility on indeterminism? But
is that like something like that crossed my mind? And it's like, even in a free will paradigm, like it's almost like causation comes into a problem maybe, or something. If you don't have some kind of determinism, right? Because like even when you make decisions, even if you have a libertarian free will, you still have to determine to execute a choice.
Well, yeah. To be fair to the libertarians, they're never going to say that your action is uncaused. They're always they accept agent causation. They think that what explains why you made this choice is you. So there is an explanation. But then the determinist says, okay, that's fine, but now we want an answer. We want a contrastive explanation. Why did you do one rather than the other? And at that point, they can't cite you as an explanation, because what's going to count as a contrastive explanation is a differing factor that explains one outcome rather than another, given that the I, the agent, is a consistent factor in both scenarios. The scenario we choose A and the scenario we choose B in some other possible world. It can't be a contrastive explanation. So you don't have an explanation for why you choose one over the other. And so then the compatibilist says, aha, that undermines freedom, right? That undermines will, rather, and agency, because there is no reason why you're making these decisions over other decisions. And that seems to undermine.
Is there a sense where you could almost argue maybe a miracle could be defined as like in a libertarian free will world or something? It's like because there's this other interesting passage I thought of that I remember from hearing it a lot growing up, was that God says, surely the Lord, it's in Amos, I think 3 something, I forget, CJ probably knows, but it says, and you could take this to varying degrees of what's the word, literal or whatever, like is this literally true in every case? But it says, surely the Lord God does nothing unless he reveals it first through his servants the prophets. Now you can interpret that a multitude of ways, but if that's like a more rigid claim that's being made there, like that should be like universally applicable about God, which I tend to shy away from that idea. It could just be prophetic, what will happen, and he doesn't necessarily have to like do some miracle, but it could relate to that. Like it's when God, he's going to do it, he executes it no matter what. In other words, like nothing's going to stop it from happening, and he declares that it'll happen, and then he does it.
Yeah, there's probably some relation here. I think that I think like the definition you read out by that other scholar, it's taken into account a kind of causation that's being undermined, right? So that's meant that transit or is not part of in nature to alter an otherwise natural course of events. The idea is that the idea is that there's some counterfactual. Had God not intervened, then there would be a certain causal chain in place. There's a kind of determinism in place, right? So the idea is that a miracle would undermine a deterministic natural causal chain.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Which seems problematic to me, at least from a biblical worldview. Not too bad, but I just feel like CJ, are you there? You there, buddy?
Yeah, I'm asking if you think it's problematic, or are you asking CJ?
Oh, I'm saying if CJ's there, maybe he just can't talk right at the moment. That's fine. But don't you feel like something is missing here? So I want to say like it could be a miracle, and like that it's not exhaustive. I guess maybe it's just fine how it is then.
I think if you could flirt with the idea, so I think I don't know.
Here it goes on here. Listen to these real quick and see what you think. Okay, so this is under characteristics of miracles. Let's look at that. Miracles are direct intervention in nature. That sounds like the first one, right? So rather than simply being a weird or unusual event, a miracle would never occur without God stepping in and making it happen. In other words, nature would never give rise to a miracle, since by definition, miracles are supernatural. That's kind of the first one, right?
So these seem to be like a set of conditions, not different. Look,
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I think so look, the first one we don't know. The second one is what I was trying to say. They're immediate, meaning that you're not citing a mechanism. Right? You have God's intentionality, and then you have the phenomena. Okay, so that's what I was saying. 3 and 4 is entailed by God's essential attributes, and 3 sounds like it's been written by Calvinists, but
let's see.
Yeah, but 1 and 2 is very, I think, pretty important, right? The idea is that when I provided my pastor example about the firstborn, it undermines 2, right?
Oh, let's see. Yeah.
Well, the idea is that he's this seismic event, and then all this stuff had to happen, and then it's way like you could describe, you can talk about what happened without even mentioning God's intentionality. The idea is that I think miracles have this kind of immediate, direct sense. I think that's captured in 1 actually, but
so these are maybe just potential characteristics, or are they all necessary? There are clear characteristics for true miracles. Let's see. It doesn't say whether or not they're all necessary. It doesn't seem like they would necessarily.
Probably being very casual with the language. These are probably a set of miracles are obviously miracles. Okay, so they're prima facie obvious or something like that.
We'll skip that one, but I think he gets to like what. Let's see, theistic context there, which maybe that was it, but other issue. No, I thought there was some. I swear there was like a negative thing in here or something that said maybe it was just this section where it talked about like what can be presumed as a miracle but doesn't actually qualify it. Right here. Let me read this real quick and then see what you think. I found this kind of interesting. Notice too that since miracles are supernatural actions by God, then many events that are normally said to be miraculous are actually not. They're more like good, well, let's see. You can probably comment on these. He lists off some things. While many say that the event of a newborn is miraculous, it is completely natural. Coming close to hitting a car head on, but barely missing it, is also not a miracle. Rare events are not miraculous simply by virtue of being rare. Yeah, that's definitely true. Unexplained events are not miraculous just because they are unexplained. To be able to say an event is a true miracle, there must be a causal connection back to God. The action also has to be a direct intervention in nature. Providence, or God sovereignly guiding human affairs events, is thus also not miraculous. Miracles occur when nature is interrupted in some way. Now, this almost sounds like it's problematic for many versions of Calvinism, because like many Calvinists would say, like they want to deny, let's say, like me and CJ were talking about this yesterday, like often really hardcore Calvinists would say, like when they want to deny Stratton's idea that Molinists should accept, Calvinists should accept Molinism. Well, some don't want to do that because I think, and we just talked about it, but that it's because they think there is no possible worlds. There's just the world God made, and the world God, is what it is, right? But if that's the case, then everything that's happening is just God doing it through his determining. So how would you make a distinction of miracles in that sense, according to this, providence not being a...
I really don't see a conflict with this in Calvinism. I think you can make room for this in Calvinism.
Well, I mean,
I actually think I could explain how too, in the form of
go ahead. Please.
It's a crude analogy, but it's an analogy that does work, and it's actually not quite as crude as some people like to make it be. But if you look at like breaking the fourth wall in a story, right? There is a different sense in which the author, as a character breaking the fourth wall, is causing something than the sense in which the author is causing something by virtue of writing the book, right? He's become an active agent in the former whereas he's simply the prime cause in the latter. Which is, it's not that it's not, but they're not both directly connected to him, right? It's that the actual like manifestation of that is different.
Yeah, but isn't he the author of everything, anyways?
Right, but so the author's the author of everything within his book too, right? But you still have a different sense in which he causes something as a character within the story.
Okay, so what about like when Jesus is already in the story, and then how would you describe like how turning water into wine, or then because well, go ahead and keep.
That's something to consider. I don't think it's a big problem, but I think that's where you would want nature is interrupted. But if Jesus, went ate some rice or something, that's a direct act of God, but you wouldn't want to call that a miracle.
That's true. That's certainly true. And I think there is other examples of how this could. Oh, we lost him. Of how this could, apply in a because, like, I'll give an example. Hypothetically speaking, there's tons of naturalistic explanations as to how the Exodus happened. Trying to say, well, this led to that, led to that, led to that, led to the Red Sea parting, and that's how it all occurred. And I don't believe that, but hypothetically, if it were true, if it was all naturalistically explained, but it worked in a way that Moses knew the plagues before they were happening, and it perfectly allowed the Israelites to get out.
Like it worked in a way where the Bible's still true.
Yeah, exactly. That would seem to me like it's not miraculous in the sense that it violates nature, but it is miraculous in the sense that it's almost like statistically too good to be true, right? Like, what are the odds?
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, so I wonder if I don't know. I guess that would all I kind of did is just muddy the water there is for the definition of miracle if you really get down to it. But
my actual view about miracle is that it's sort of like not really. I don't think it. I think it might be interesting to think about what we might mean by miracle, but I'm fine with saying that it's not really worth pursuing the necessary and sufficient conditions for miracle, because when someone says or points to an event that's miraculous or that's a miracle, that might be a legitimate sense of miracle that might differ. That might be an illegitimate use in some other context. There are going to be things like that, kind of like the term pornography or sexual. You can debate about what the necessary and sufficient conditions for what a pornographic thing is, but there are going to be senses of the term that legitimate senses or expression or usages of the term in one context that are not going to be legitimate in another context. So yeah, the sense of the term porn might vary depending on the context that you're in. So in other words, you're going to find yourself in a context where it's just very statistically unlikely that the Red Sea parted that way, even though it was all naturalistically explained. You point to that and you say that's a miracle, and then you ask, well, what do you mean? And then you just give something that you offered, right? That statistically speaking, I mean, it was God really had in mind this event, right? It was something that was historically significant in a way, statistically improbable. That's all I mean. I mean, we're not going to call him out for saying that that's a different sense of miracle than what happened when Jesus turned water into wine.
Yeah, and I think that's actually even the thing that makes that example incredibly pertinent too is that there is a broad sense of sexuality that can be mostly accepted as universal, but not entirely accepted as universal, which is sort of a contradiction in a way because that's the whole definition of universal, right? So, like as example, what we see in like a Cardi B video, right, or some other popular rap artist, virtually everybody, but not entirely everybody, is going to consider that intensely sexual and maybe even more sexual than certain kinds of pornography. And yet it's not.
Talk about sex scenes in movies. No one calls that pornography, but it could, in principle, match a porn video from a site.
Yeah, for sure.
So it could be like visually identical, but because it's in the movie, we're not going to count it as porn. But At least, there's going to be a sense in which, like, it'd be weird to say that when you're watching, Titanic and there's a sexual scene that you're going to end the movie and say, well, I watched porn tonight. Like, that's just going to seem like it's false. And if someone says you did watch porn that night, then you just ask them, well, what do you mean? Well, all I mean by porn is that you saw some sex scene, you got off on it, or whatever, what they might say, and then you could just work with that rather than concentrate on how the term is used in all these contexts.
I was going to say.
Go ahead.
I was just saying I was going to say it if you didn't, so I'm glad. Thank you. That's why I have my friends here. No, yeah, that's interesting. Are you saying there's an objective standard of pornography, Danny? Ought you not watch it?
I'm saying that I think it is interesting to have this discussion to really think about what we mean by miracle, but I think in the end, there's going to be a kind of, I don't think it's invariant. I think that when someone says this is a miracle, it's fine because it's an ambiguous term. It's vague. You can ask them what they mean. They may not mean something that's outside the laws of nature. They might mean something like, well, it's statistically improbable and God had it in mind before he created. If that's what they mean, then sure, right? I mean,
this is where that text to me, it just kind of rings true, like, or interesting. Like, if you take the Bible to be potentially having things like that in there, where like the texts that aren't there arbitrarily, but actually could serve a purpose for these kinds of discussions. Like, does that help a miracle claim have more legitimacy, that the fact that like God would declare it happening before it does, like, because that's like kind of a theme. Like, you can appeal to that Amos verse, you can appeal to God saying in the test of the false gods in Isaiah 42 through 46 or whatever, where he's saying like, I'm the real God because I say things before they happen. Even if you don't see it right away, I declare it, and then suddenly I say it stands fast. So that sort of language, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think I may have misunderstood you, but I think there are two things we could talk about, right? There's when someone knows that there's a miracle, what's the sense of miracle that they're using? That's what we've been talking about. But then there's like, how do you know?
Yeah, word. Well, I was gonna speak to that too. I was gonna say, so I think that's what's motivating in that article, the idea that a miracle is simply when God does something, when he steps into the natural and moves. That certainly is the barrier. It seems to me to be not the necessary bottom line or whatever to a miracle, but it could be one of the types of bottom lines that would be cashed out as meeting the qualifications to be called a miracle. Let's say, if that makes sense, where God actually steps into space time or something like that, or into the natural or whatever, and does something that wouldn't normally happen if he hadn't. But then, yeah, I think I'm not happy with that as like the minimal standard, because I can see other ways of describing it, like we've already talked about. But yeah, well, do you want to say anything else about what qualifies as a definition, or like can we ask the question? Do you have any ideas about what it means for it to be legitimate or to know it was a miracle?
Well, I'm not going to be a very good contributor to the question of how we can know, but
what would you expect or want? What kind of evidence would it be for you? You think that would be convincing? What would it take? What kind of evidence, or like what kind of?
Well, that might not be a very. I guess I'll let Danny answer for himself, but I would just say I don't know if that is necessarily a pertinent question in the sense that like if you saw a bunny walk across the street, but then God literally talks to you and said, I did that. The fact that a bunny walking across the street is not miraculous, I don't think would necessarily change your mind as far as what is like going on here, right? Like you'd still have a divine experience there. Maybe that's the miracle. I don't know. Go ahead and answer for yourself. Sorry.
No, you can finish your thought. Take your time.
Well, I guess just the point is just to say, like, I wonder if being sufficiently convinced of a quote miracle has more to do with belief that there's a excuse me, more to do with the belief that there's a supernatural force behind it than it does witnessing the event itself. Like if you're standing there and the Red Sea parts, but you don't have Moses talking to God, do you think it's a miracle? And on the flip side, if you see something that really shouldn't be crazy, like a Red Sea parting, like, so for example, somebody sending a plague, but you do have Moses sitting there telling you you're talking to God, are you more inclined to believe that is miraculous? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's where the predictive power of it can help, I think, is what I was getting at. But where if it's declared ahead of time by somebody who you have reason to think is hearing from God for whatever reason, and then they predict something. I mean, that's like the scientific method, isn't it? I mean, in a sense, like a predictive power of something being said ahead of time and then it happening. Isn't that like what the gold standard or whatever for a theory?
yeah, well, in terms of predictions, yeah, I guess so. Miracles are a form of explanation. It's sort of like the word action. Like if you acted, that implies like causal connections between your intention and some kind of behavior. It's very similar. So the problem is that I have a big issue with theistic explanations in terms of, like, I think there's a giant epistemological barrier. And so I'm not really going to be a sort of allied to the idea that you could identify or know about a miracle. So even though it might even be the case that God intervenes in some kind of way, and I'm just going to say that, well, what is going to be the criteria for knowing that that's God rather than some unknown naturalistic mechanism, or some kind of other intentional explanation not involving God, so like alien or Marvel Celestial or whatever. And I think that the criteria there is sort of elusive.
See, now the reason this is intensely interesting to me is because I think that it's a bizarre, and not bizarre in the sense that people are like weird for saying it, but bizarre in the sense that it's unique to us in the modern world. I think it's like a bizarre thing to talk about things as being either supernatural or naturalistic. And I wonder if like Plato or Socrates, or more pertinent to the point, Paul and Moses, would have seen that distinction as clearly.
Probably not.
Right? Exactly, right? It's almost like to them, if you were to, and in fact, you can even kind of see this to an extent in their feelings on things like creation or abstract objects in the case of Plato, right? It's almost like we have these, what we would call naturalistic things, but the underlying forces behind them in their mind, regardless of how much they figure out, is still supernatural. And that even goes all the way through the Enlightenment, right? Leonardo da Vinci and Isaac Newton attribute naturalistic phenomena to supernatural forces all the time. And so I wonder if it might even be just like a distinction that's sort of modern. And the thing that made me think about this originally, and I'll stop here, is Doug Wilson talked about in one of his recent videos the kind of quote spooky nature, that was the word he used, of like the idea that you can write down your thoughts and 2,000 years from now somebody can look at a bunch of abstract symbols on a piece of paper and receive the information that is your thoughts, both in the information itself and in the emotion behind it, with near perfect clarity, depending on your abilities as a writer and the language barrier and stuff like that. And
Listen
we
to this
wouldn't
kid,
know.
man. This kid is like he loves like this. He loves the world. Listen to him. He loves writing. Look at the passion in this guy. He's like the writing is magical, and he's not wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I appreciate you. But you kind of see what I mean, though, right? It's like there is something kind of phenomenal about that in the literal sense of the word. But I don't know if you could call it miraculous. And yet at the same time, I would, in passing conversation, refer to writing as kind of magic.
just depends on what you mean by the terms. I mean, I think that your assessment, though, about the natural, non-natural distinction. I mean, physicalism, naturalism, materialism are relatively new positions in philosophy that emerged only in the last 100, 150 years.
That's fascinating. Just thinking about that.
Yeah, before that, it was idealism. Before that, no, I mean, it was really ambiguous in terms of what people meant by the physical, even more ambiguous.
What did they mean, really? I mean, that's the question. I don't think they were retarded and thought like miracles were like no big thing. They obviously recognized a miracle, I would think.
Well, no, but the point I think that CJ was raising, is that you can have a concept of miracle without having robust notions of the natural and non-natural.
Yeah, and you can water down your wine too, but
you can what?
No, never mind. I'm just being a dumbass. Well, hey, Mike, good to see you, man, in the audience there. I was worried about you because I hadn't seen you for a while. Okay, well, do you think they just had a less robust, like, because obviously I'm just thinking about like.
Well, first of all, I'm borderline, even in the modern conception of natural, non-natural. I'm borderline a non-believer. What that means is that I'm sort of near skeptical that the distinction is substantive and useful. Although that seems kind of crazy given the landscape of Christian apologetics and all this stuff, theism and discussions on YouTube, a lot of people, even atheists, especially atheists, are stepping away from, okay, what's the use of, so like think of philosophy of mind. So the dialectic can be framed in terms of, is the mind natural or non-natural? But a lot of people are not going to like the prompt there. Instead, rather than frame it in terms of the mind being natural or non-natural, they frame it in terms of, is the mind identical to brain or reducible to brain? Now, you see what they've done there, right? Is they no longer carry the burden of explicating the distinction between physical and non-physical, because they're just pointing out that, hey, they're brains. And whether or not they're physical or immaterial, it is no concern to us. We know what neurons are. We know what brains are. Now there's a question of whether the mind has anything to do with it. Okay, that is where people are starting to lean towards. They're no longer. I mean, there's like a realization that there's this big problem in making this distinction. Now, I think that it can be made. I said I was close to a non-believer, but the way that it can be made is very similar to what I just expressed, what you can do with miracles and pornography and sexuality, right? It can mean different things and depending on the context. So there are useful senses of the term physical, but they're ambiguous or vague, or we equivocate on the term all the time. And I'm fine with that. There's not going to be this univocal distinction of physical versus non-physical. I think there's still nonetheless useful senses of the term. So one useful sense of the term between natural and non-natural might have to do with natural laws. I think that's a useful distinction. Things that are causally connected but not explained by laws, you could call that non-physical. I'm fine with that. There are other senses of non-physical that have to do with the distinction between first-person point of view and third-person point of view, where things that exist in the third-person point of view are equally accessible to all psychologies, okay? Whereas things that are in the domain of the first-person point of view can only be grasped by certain psychologies and ruling out other psychologies. So, for instance, this is a pen. Okay. Now imagine an alien that doesn't know anything about the human race, has a very different physiology or biology or whatever, and they saw it. Would they be seeing a pen? No, right? Especially if they didn't write. Okay. They wouldn't know what it was, but let's just kind of grant that we have similar perception in terms of our eyesight. we might both see that it's green or that has a specific length and width and weight, right? So those things are going to be physical attributes insofar as that we can access, even though we have very different psychologies, the weight of the pen, the length of the pen, the color of the pen. But we're not going to be able to ascertain what it's meant for, that it's a pen with this kind of function, that its background history in terms of what it's been used for, that kind of thing. I'm just repeating myself maybe in terms of the function. And so the idea is that the physical properties of the pen are equally accessible to me and the alien, but the non-physical parts of the pen, its function, for instance, right, is not going to be equally accessible to our psychologies. And only if we were to divulge our own psychology to the other alien would they understand or be able to come to the conclusion of what it's meant for. So that's, I think, a very useful distinction of physical and non-physical. But nonetheless, but how is that going to be useful in our conception of miracle? So I think CJ's point is that I think you can have a concept of miracle without really using these terms this way. You don't really need to include supernatural in your concept of miracle. I think that CJ is right. It's very likely that the Hebrew Israelites didn't have robust notions of natural and supernatural, but they certainly understood what it meant for God to directly intervene versus just, distinguishing that from God's providence.
Yeah, for sure. Indeed. Some miracles are that way too, right? Some of them are and some of them aren't. Like God comes down and like in a literal form and does a lot of that stuff in the Exodus, according to the script, according to the story, right? Go ahead, CJ. Go ahead, man.
Oh, you're fine, man. It's your channel. I was just gonna say, I think also the ancient, and I specify ancient because I don't think this is strictly related to the Hebrews, but I also think the ancient criteria for what constitutes the supernatural might not be quite what we think of it as today. We tend to think of it today as like ethereal, non-tangible, maybe, right? But I think a proper way to look at it is almost like metadimensional, which is technically is a made up word, but I think if you know the roots, you kind of know where I'm getting at with it, right? Something that's like almost like the bleeding in of one plane of existence into another, kind of similar to a Platonic realm, actually. I think a Platonic realm is a good idea of what is being discussed. In Platonic realm, it's not that things are necessarily non-physical in the sense that they may not have physical properties, but they're non-physical in the sense that they're not part of our physical plane. And I think when we think of it in that kind of a perspective, it sort of helps to potentially illustrate this idea of, can something be naturalistic and be miraculous? Well, if something, excuse me, if what is meant by miracle or magic is some sort of bleed in, for lack of better term, from a metadimensional realm, I think that could be totally the case, and I don't think there would be any way to distinguish one realm, for lack of better term, from another as far as being natural or physical. I think they would both have physical properties, and they would both be within the confines of nature.
I want to show you something really quick that I think is really interesting. It's kind of related, I guess, to what you were just saying, at least anyway. Maybe not to miracles per se, but just real fast. It's regarding the nature of like the heavenly.
I think you went on mute.
Oh, okay. Real quick. Moses went up with Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu and the 70 elders of Israel, and they saw the God of Israel. And under his feet, there appeared to be a pavement of sapphire as clear as the sky itself. Yet he did not reach out his hand against the nobles of the sons of Israel, and they saw God, and they ate and they drank. And then God calls Moses up and gives him stone tablets with the law and the commandments, which I have written for you their instructions. So Moses got up, blah, blah, blah. So it's just interesting to consider. Like it literally says there's like a pavement of stone, and then he's got these hands in these stones. It's just like that doesn't sound very like ethereal to me. I don't know. It's interesting. Anyway, people miss that, and it's really fascinating to me. But those little details like
and then
that.
I would ask though too though, what's it? Assuming ethereality is not on the table, what is the actual difference between a metadimensional plane that is outside of our own and a supernatural plane that is outside of our own? Because for the life of me, I cannot tell the difference. It seems to me like it's the same claim using different words.
Just depends on what you mean by supernatural.
Well, so under what most people would conceive, well, let's actually put it that way. Is there a concept of supernatural that you are aware of that would distinguish the word supernatural from what might be described as Platonic or metaphysical realms?
Well, I gave two accounts of what maybe supernatural could mean. What did you think about that?
This reminds me, Danny, of like the issues with defining what it means to be physical. I mean, isn't that kind
absolutely, yeah. It's the same problem.
Well, give them again, Danny.
Yeah, well, I was about to say I'm not recalling what they were.
Oh, I explained the alien case.
Oh yeah, sorry, no, yeah. I'm
the idea is that one conception of physical versus non-physical or natural versus non-natural is in terms of the distinction between first-person point of view and the third-person point of view, and the other one is understanding causation differently. So, in things that in the things that occur physically or physical things, the causal powers of those are understood in terms of, or can be integrated in terms of a network of a network of laws of necessity or causal laws and laws of nature. Whereas non-natural things either don't have causal powers, or if they do have causal powers, they can't be integrated into a network of scientific laws or natural laws.
This seems like the whole thing with miracles, trying to define miracles, trying to figure out if the whole problem with determinism and free will and all that stuff about, we're talking about bringing up all that old stuff, hashed up stuff with, weak causation and all that. And God created everything. And it seems like there's a problem with like fully understanding
all interconnected. It's interconnected very much so.
Yeah. It just feels really, just right then, it just hit me that it just seems, it's probably obvious to you guys, but I think a lot of it is just the difference between determinism and free will or libertarian free will or whatever that means. Like, it seems, in one sense, it seems like there's totally no, and that's causing a problem with defining miracles. And then that's causing a problem with this distinction. And so it seems like, because that's really what's going on here is the question of like, does God have to physically like push the laws of physics or not? And like, if he doesn't, is it qualify as something you could verify, or does it even make sense to say anything? It's anything other than set up, providential action from the beginning. And so he's not really having to do anything other than having had set it up that way. So that something
Lance Bush.
Yeah.
So his view about morality, he is a moral, I think he calls it a moral indeterminist, meaning that there's not really a fact of the matter about what people mean by moral, that it just, you're going to have to really explore what a person means when they say that something's moral or immoral. There's not like a true sense of the term. I think it's just with most of these philosophical devices or jargon or things like miracle, stuff like that, I think that's the case, right? When someone uses the term to communicate, usually the term is vague enough to where you're going to have to ask, okay, what do you specifically mean in this context so that I might understand you? We can proceed with the conversation. We can proceed to agree or disagree. And so trying to find the true sense of the word or the term seems like a waste of time. Now, but it's not a waste of time to say, okay, what did the authors of the Bible mean by the term? That's not a waste of time. What is a waste of time, it seems like, what is the actual definition of this word? I think it's just better. Your time is better used. Or okay, what did this person mean by this word, or what did these people mean by this word, or what do I mean when I said that this was a miracle? And you don't have you don't have to be an invariantist. You can just, it could be varied in terms of your sense.
Yeah.
This book, Physicalism, is a book dedicated to what does physical mean, and it goes through all the different conceptions of what physical means. And the author at the end is sort of like, I don't think this distinction is I don't think there's a real distinction between physical and non-physical, in terms of an actual distinction that everyone that's universally held, right? People mean different things.
Yeah, that's something that I think was, for me, kind of seems to be the case when I was talking with Chris Date about it. For example, we would talk about, all right, well, so assuming, that there's any sort of a quote life force, something that's, I don't even want to use the word non-physical because it's assuming the position, but something that's outside of what we observe that powers life forms. And my question was, why is it that you can't put together a body just scientifically, right? Like you would a robot, and have it go again. If I take a bunch of quote dead car parts, end quote, I can put together a functioning car. But if I take a bunch of dead horse parts, I can't put together a functioning horse. And my question is why? What is that? And his response was, well, even if there is some kind of life force or life energy or something like that, it doesn't necessarily preclude it from being non-physical. And then that got into the whole distinction that we're talking about now, where it's what even is then the definition of non-physical? And to be honest with you, we did 3 talks on my channel and then 1 in person when he came here to Boise, and it's as muddled as ever. And Chris Date, I think, is a pretty smart man, right? So I don't think it's because of any failings on his part. I hope it's not because of any failings on my part. But the point is that it does seem like it's kind of what you're saying, right? As far as I don't know if the definitions necessarily matter or if they're useful.
Matters to me.
In terms of searching for a real, true definition, I think if Chris Date were to say your mind is natural, it's totally within your right to ask, what do you mean there? And if there's not a good answer, and if you don't know what he means, then it's fair to say, I don't know why I would even accept your view if I don't know what you mean. So, but then that's one scenario, and I think it's totally legitimate to ask, what is the sense that you're talking about there if you're making a claim, because you're evaluating the claim. You have to evaluate it. Then there's the separate discussion. Okay, what is this dichotomy between natural and non-natural in general? And I think what you were saying is that, well, that might be a sort of there's a phrase for it. That might be a time waster. I think then you could phrase the question in terms of what did this person mean by physical? What did that person mean by physical? What do I mean when I say physical? That might be more useful. But then I think you'll just come to see that when you use physical in this context, that might be a different sense than when you use physical in another context. Just very simple. A lot of physicalists will say that, well, I'm physically okay, but I'm mentally not. That sense of physical is very different than the sense of physical that they're predicating of every concrete object in the world via their physicalism, right? So they're not being inconsistent. They just have different senses of the word.
Yeah, and I think that's an interesting thing too, right? Because that is almost a your emotions are not non-physical in the philosophical sense, but what they mean by it then is right, like your body. Oh, my body's okay, but in my mind, I'm not necessarily. And
yeah,
that's an interesting point.
Yeah, it's not physicalists can't use that dichotomy between the mental and the physical. I'm in mental pain and not in physical pain, or vice versa. Suddenly doesn't mean that dualism is true. They're just going to be using physical in a different sense than when they're philosophizing about this dichotomy.
Yeah, don't you think? For me, it's just I'm just trying to convince you that dead people aren't alive. It's totally theological for me. In other words, is what I'm trying to say. But Oh, real quick for the audience, just since they're being so nice, I just wanted to play something real quick. Kind of requested there. So, what were we saying before we got?
Congratulations on the 200 subscribers, by the way, Jamie.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank
for
you.
sure. That is, I was going to say the same thing. I'm glad you reminded me, Danny. That was cool to see that.
I wasn't going to say anything, but then you brought it up, so thank you. No, I got like 11 all of a sudden, so I didn't expect it. That was kind of cool. 201, I think.
Nice. You'll be up. You'll be up there soon.
Yeah, it does seem to kind of pick up a little bit as you go along. My channel's really old too. That's the funny thing. But I started with when I started actually making my first video, like I think I had like 60 subscribers somehow. I don't even know how that happens, but
John Maddox told me that for him, once he hit 1,000, it basically went on autopilot and still is, as far as like consistent growth. I don't know if that's true or not, as far as
I
for
know we got to
everybody,
get
but
you
it
up,
was true for
CJ.
him at least.
We got to. I keep forgetting. I'm thinking like, man, if just enough people just took the time to, you can kind of. I don't know. We don't have quite a big enough network. At least it doesn't feel like it to me with people, but I don't know. There's ways you can give people boosts, I guess.
Yeah, I think my biggest peaks are when I either collaborate or I'm featured on some other channel.
Yeah, and
it's
now
hard to grow if you don't do that.
well, now what's with the tags and stuff? Because I'd love to if I can help you guys by any if this goes out and people watch it. I seem to get like 30 to 60 or sometimes 100 views on each video now. But so would it help if I put like a hashtag thing in there? How does that work?
I don't know how that works. That's a good question. I should know.
And I know
I don't actually know. See, so let me get my understanding, and then let me qualify it by saying I think it's. I don't know if it's 100% right, but I think the only thing tagging does is let me know you're talking about me. But I think if you just have the Cynicogue in the title without a tag, it does the same thing for the search engine as it would if you had at the Cynicogue.
you mean like when you go into your studio, it'll tell you like you were mentioned or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Should I be putting hashtag the synagogue and hashtag the Phil Talk in the title? Because I seems like some of the ones. No, I'm not sure actually. Now that I think about it, he seems like the guy that Bob guy is kind of creepy. Makes weird videos about me and other people. I'm like, but he I can't remember now actually if he puts a hashtag in the title if he doesn't know what he's doing or not. But yeah, like Rebecca, I've been mentioning me a couple times. I think trying to get my attention or let you know like she's inviting you or something. I don't know what to think of that or if it's just telling you where your mentions are. It must do something for the algorithm.
It might. I mean, I would definitely recommend looking it up farther than anything I've given. But
because I see people do that
like,
it goes in the description sometimes too. I see people do it.
Well, and I think the hashtag, man, I guess I don't even know, to be honest. I really shouldn't comment because I just don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm like guessing here. I can't believe you guys don't know. Jeez.
Yeah, I feel like it would help, but I always feel like a sellout when I do all that hashtag stuff.
Oh yeah, you're a poser.
It feels bad to do it. I just want I just want to blink and everything work and everyone's there.
I know, like
kind
research.
of a catch-22, isn't it? Because you don't want to seem arrogant, and yet you probably wouldn't have a YouTube video even up on in the first place if you didn't want people to watch it, right? And especially like, I want to do full-time humanities kind of work, talking to people about philosophy and history and doing Christian apologetics and all that. And I'd like to do it to such an extent that I don't actually have a quote real job. So I kind of have to ask for people's money and for them to share and all that other kind of stuff. And yet at the same time, it's like,
are you on TikTok?
I'm not actually.
Yeah, you got to do that, bro.
I just got on TikTok. Man, you get so many easy views on TikTok, but it's hard to get. I heard the monetization is not as great, but in terms of the number of eyes you get, it's pretty high compared to YouTube. Like I just made a TikTok a couple weeks ago. I posted a couple of videos. I've gotten thousands of views. Only like 5 or 6 TikToks. Like my highest is 2,800, and I only have 100 followers.
Nice.
So and they're very easy to make. You're not supposed to do it for longer than 3 minutes. 3 minutes is already really long. All of my TikToks are less than 60 seconds. They're a little bit provocative, and I feel kind of crummy for them because they don't really reflect it looks like I hate Christianity on my TikTok. I really don't. But I know what gets views. So that kind of feels crummy. So I would suggest that if you get a TikTok, you say stuff that either really encourage other Christians or really trigger non-Christians.
Look at this, Jenny. My little short. So I read that YouTube is to compete with TikTok because they're taking a lot of their audience or whatever. And so the shorts, I've done a few shorts just for fun with cactuses.
They get a lot more views, don't they?
Yeah, look, 644 for that one. I think I have one of my first ones the first one I ever did was the stupidest. Just trying it out, right? It's says "Welcome to Jurassic Park," and it's a picture of a turkey that was running across the street.
And
that's it.
Yeah,
over 1,000 and 1,500 in 2 days.
Yeah, and on TikTok, there's also a live feature, but you have to have 1,000 followers. But what I see is when I scroll down the live, because one of the filters I have is Christianity, atheism, philosophy. I see a lot of people doing Bible commentaries on live, and they have at least the lowest I saw was 20 viewers, the highest 300, 400 viewers. And these are just nobodies talking about the Bible. So if you want an audience, I think you should branch out to these other platforms to help your YouTube platform. Because I think what I would do if I were you, since you like the longer streams and you want the more the meat, for the lack of a better word, I would use your TikTok to get people to your YouTube. And if TikTok becomes your main platform, then it becomes your main platform. You still accomplish your goal. But you should make a TikTok. There are a lot of Christians on TikTok. There's a whole thing called Christian TikTok. # Christian TikTok. But I think the level of rigor, and there's just a lot more dumb people on TikTok compared to YouTube. So you have to be careful. If you end up having live conversations on TikTok, they're not going to be as in-depth. They're going to be far less productive. But, maybe that you don't have to do it for that reason.
All right. Well, so the thing that's kept me away primarily has been kind of a moral thing, but I guess I don't even know if it's necessarily true. But TikTok, you guys will probably remember a year ago, kind of got a reputation for being a place for 16-year-old girls to do things they definitely should not be doing.
There's definitely that, but there are, just like YouTube, there's sub communities. You can really TikTok is pretty good at suggesting content for you. All of my content that I get on my stream, I don't get the 15-year-old girls. I get a lot of Christians that are doing Bible studies. I get a lot of politics because I talk about abortion and all that stuff, Roe v. Wade. So I get a lot of that stuff, and that's and then some random Chinese TikToks, and then occasionally some Syrian refugees that are begging for money on TikTok, which is kind of depressing. But I don't get a lot of the degeneracy that you're talking about. I think you can get to that, but you're going to have to optimize. It's kind of like YouTube, right? What you expose yourself to, they'll try to give you more of that. So if you start looking at 15-year-old girls dancing, they're going to give you more of that.
For sure. That actually, see, and that kind of reminds me even of Twitter, because YouTube's a little bit censored, but I mean, if you want, you can get pretty low on Twitter.
Yeah. Oh no, pornography is legal on Twitter. It's not legal on TikTok or YouTube.
See, for sure. So I didn't even know that, actually. That kind of assuages some of my fears a little bit. Well, I did know it was legal on Twitter, but I have a Twitter and I managed to avoid it. So the fact that it's not on TikTok.
Moral of the story, I think you can use TikTok in a healthy way. Now, if you don't want to support TikTok because there's shady stuff, then there's shady stuff going all over the place. But I think you can use it. I think there are a lot of good people especially on your camp, because I think there are a lot of young people that are Christians that are on TikTok that are seem really passionate about their faith, and I think it'd be and it's very nice the content is really easy to produce. What happens is that they make it really easy. You go through your TikToks, then like some heretic shows up, whatever, okay, says something really heretical or stupid about Christianity.
Yo, retard, Jesus isn't real.
Yeah, or that, some idiot that accepts soul sleep or whatever shows up.
Ellen White, ghost of Ellen White shows up. I lied.
You see Jamie Russell on there. You can immediately create a TikTok in response and do it in like 20 seconds, and voila, you have content. It's so easy.
For sure. Yeah, I honestly think I might look into that, especially considering, because Twitter's is bad as it gets almost. So I think if I'm comfortable with having a Twitter, perhaps the aversion to TikTok is just a little bit.
And if you're deaf, and last thing, there is a function on TikTok called promote. And it does cost money, but I'm not recommending it. I'm just letting you know it's a feature where you can, if you think that you made a really good TikTok video, you can pay like $5 for TikTok to promote and your TikTok as an ad. So what that means is that when someone's going through their stream, they're seeing all the fancy, most popular TikToks, and then suddenly they see your TikTok, a nobody, right, with no followers since you're new, but it's going to count as an ad. So in other words, you're paying like 2 cents for them to see it, or a penny or something like that. So if I used it once, I think I spent $10 on to promote one TikTok, and I got I only had 80 followers, and it had 3,000 views by the end of it for $10. So, and then I got like 40 or 50 followers from that. I'm not recommending it. I don't think I'm going to do it again because I don't really need to. But the point is that if you really believe in your content or in a particular video, you can promote it and then get a following easier, which is a feature that's not provided in all these other platforms.
Yeah, and actually, I'll be honest, YouTube, because I do advertise every now and then on YouTube, and it is the most frustrating process in the entire world. So that is a benefit even from where I'm at already. Because I got to be honest with you, sometimes, like I had a video that I made about it might have been one of my holiday videos, but I'm fairly certain it was about the Exodus, and it got the ad was rejected and the video taken down, and it ended up winning the appeal. But the reason was hilarious. It was because it was false information about the English election. And it was like, okay, not even close, right? Like, I'm not even talking politics. I'm also in America. I didn't even know there was an election going on in England. Like, how on earth did this happen? And then once you finally get the ad back up and the video back up, since it's got that like hit on it, it doesn't really perform. So it's like, yeah, your ad is working, quote unquote, but it's not really doing anything. And the point is, it's just the most frustrating thing ever. I kind of I hate the process of advertisement on this platform we're on right now because it's absurd.
Yeah, you should try it. And also, like I said earlier, the intellectual bar is the lowest I've seen. I've been on Discord, Clubhouse, YouTube, and Twitter, and TikTok atheist and theist are some of the most ill-informed, dumbest people I've ever seen. Now, they're very passionate, and there are a lot of Christians on there. They're not really interested in philosophy, but they really most of the Christians I see there, they're interested in like doing Bible studies and stuff like that. So like they're reading through the Bible and they're commenting. There's tons. So I'm just saying that you would be, you could easily make TikToks promoting stupid atheists on there if you wanted to, or you're pro-life, right? There are a lot of dumb people, pro-choice people that you can respond to. I think you'd make great content doing that. And I think that's an option.
3 minutes.
Sure. By the way, that reminds me. I might do a response video to your abortion video. here shortly. I don't know how shortly. It'd probably be at least a week from now, so not in the coming week. But suffice it to say, I thought the argument was interesting enough to warrant a potential response. So if you're interested in interacting,
I posted it on TikTok, and I've gotten a flurry of hatred from the Christian community. I tagged Christianity, hashtag Christianity. So all these poor Christians saw this argument. I mean, I think that, you know, it's not that hard to get out of. I mean, there's a couple ways to do it. You could just say that Christianity is not all about, you know, eternal life. You know, there are other values in Christianity that you to consider. You could say that, well, we're not that sure that fetuses go to heaven. They might be annihilated. And so if they're annihilated, then you're destroying the potential for eternal life. There are probably a lot of responses. You could say something like, if God's aim is to bring the most souls to heaven, it might be the case that in trying to save one fetus from eternal damnation, that you're actually far down the road preventing much more people from going to heaven or dodging hell, so to speak.
That doesn't work for a Calvinist.
It just depends on. I mean, there are a lot of responses. It was just more of a. I don't know. It was just more of me seeing how they would respond to what I'm saying.
No, right. Yeah, I think. What would you say about that? See, what would you say to somebody who said the answer to his argument is that we would have less people serving God in the physical world to give the Great Commission or something? What would be your thoughts on that?
Well, it depends on how I'm framing the argument. There's two ways you can frame it. So what if it's your kid? Okay, well, your kid, there's a probability that they're going to be saved, a strong probability. So that might change the calculus. But I think the original framing, or at least the way I would want to frame it, is take the average abortion, the average fetus that's been killed. Are they statistically likely to become Christian? And the answer is no. They're very likely not. So that's going to change, you know, so there's a difference between like killing your fetus versus allowing other people to kill their fetus. And so the idea is that out of what? How many aborted fetuses there? I've heard anything from the last 50 years, about 60 million fetuses have been aborted.
Yeah, the running numbers are between 56 and 63.
Yeah, so a good portion of those fetuses probably would have not been Christian. Probably a lot of them would have been damned to hell. So you could say that there are other values in Christianity, like you might value obeying God no matter what. And that's fine. But that just shows that you might value God's approval over the salvation of these millions of fetuses, because I anticipate that the majority out of the 60 million, because let's just, you know.
Give the argument, Danny. We need to give the argument for the audience.
Oh, okay. The argument is something like this. If you are a Christian, and if you believe that for any aborted fetus that's a one-way ticket to heaven, you may not believe that, but if you do, and you also value the eternal salvation of all these aborted fetuses, to some significant extent, then allowing for abortion is rational, because there's a great probability that if you allow the average American fetus to mature, that it will not be a Christian and be damned. So that's kind of how the thought experiment works. It's very easy to reject a premise. You could reject the premise that fetuses go to heaven after they die. Then that undermines the argument. You could reject the premise that that you significantly value the eternal salvation or eternal life of these fetuses, right? you could instead value obeying God more than valuing their eternal life. Because
no Christian wants to abandon those. I'm sorry, like almost none today would. I think.
Yeah.
Well, so I don't want to tip my hand too much because I kind of want to potentially have interaction if it warrants it. But at least part of my argument would come from a rigid sense of objective morality. I would consider myself a deontologist, specifically in the divine command theorist sense. And I don't want to necessarily say how, but that does factor into the answer that I have.
Yeah, so my response to that is going to be, okay, that's fine. You ought to not kill the fetus, given that it's a moral fact. But then there's a question here. You get to decide whether you want to be in conformity with the moral facts or whether you want to be in conformity with your values in terms of the eternal life of the fetus. So there are, in other words, two types of values, right? Value related to the eternal life of the fetus, and then moral value. So there's going to be a question about what you're going to conform to. And I think that it's going to be there's going to be a sense in which it's rational to go against the moral facts.
In fact, even if it's the Sabbath day, you ought to throw that donkey out of the gutter.
But I mean, it depends on, like, your will might be in line with the moral facts, in which case you've undermined the argument. That means that you care more about the moral objective facts, as you're saying, than you do about the eternal salvation of the fetus, which is fine. Then I think that undermines the argument. But that's prioritizing the moral facts over the eternal life facts, value facts, or whatever.
Yeah, and in that sense, it does remind me of other, and again, please excuse my attempt at being vague, but it does remind me of other moral dilemmas in the sense that, like, for example, the Nazi in the floorboard one, right? That's the classic. Yeah. Really, what you're asking is, do you value the moral fact, if you believe it to be a moral fact, that lying is wrong, over the life of the Hebrew individual?
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm. Although, yeah, that's kind of the situation that you might be faced with. Of course, maybe there might be a little bit more work that needs to be done in terms of what a moral fact is, but even granting it, I understood you to say that a moral fact is some kind of function of what God wants or what God commands of you. So if you
I would be a divine command theorist,
yeah. So then there's a question about, okay, God has given me the choice, right, of whether I want to obey him or whether I want to disobey him for the sake of the eternal life of the fetus. And you might just think that it's better to disobey him in that case, because, I mean, it's not going to be clear about what you're going to lose out on, but best case scenario, God is just disappointed. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario, disobeying God might imply that worst case scenario, you were wrong that fetuses go to heaven. Maybe fetuses go to hell. And then in which case you really screwed up. You eliminated the possibility of them going to heaven.
Right.
That's like worst case scenario.
Is that like that 50-50 kind of dilemma thing, only more complicated? What do you call that? Pascal's wager, only double jeopardy or something?
I don't know.
Unpopular opinion, but Pascal's wager sucks.
Actually, I think Pascal's wager is really interesting.
Really?
Yeah, I think Pascal's wager is a unique argument that considers practical reasons for believing in something rather than epistemic reasons. I think people all too much care about epistemic reasons when practical reasons can override epistemic reasons.
Which that relates to this. But CJ, let me throw on top of that. What do you think what do you think of me telling I've been telling this to people lately, and it's something I just kind of realized is kind of true, at least in some sense, this could be true with your theology, I suppose, like on some level. But I say that we're just born to be Christians in the sense that we were born to Christian parents, and then whether or not we continue to believe, we just decide if we want to or not, and then we find reasons after the fact to support it. And I'll tell an atheist, like, look, you choose your beliefs. You're not forced. Like what Matt Dillahunty says is wrong. He doesn't choose. I mean, he's not compelled to force to believe whatever he does. He really wants to, and then he finds reasons or not to believe it. Do you think that's wrong?
I think it can be right depending on the individual. I can say for myself, I've seen far too many, just outright godless individuals who, for various reasons, have become not so.
Yeah, but could you stop believing?
That,
Could you nurture your? Could you decide to stop believing or whatever, or practicing your faith or something in some sense, whatever that means, and
I
then
think you could choose to stop practicing, certainly. Like you could choose to stop serving, you could choose to stop doing certain moral things.
yeah, but then also then say you occupied your time with things that were like against it and like snarky and hung out with people who were like really actively against your beliefs and always around people talking about why it isn't true and why it's bad and dumb and stupid. Don't you think you'd just totally lose your belief eventually?
Well, I'd have to qualify the word belief in a sense, right? Because if by belief you mean head knowledge, um, I mean, barring some sort of like ridiculous acid trip or something like that, you'll never convince me the sky isn't there because I know it's there. You know what I mean? That's a belief, but it's a belief backed up by everything I have experientially, right? Um,
Sure.
and
Danny,
like
I
in
want to hear
that
your
sense,
answer.
I don't know if that belief can truly go away. Like if you believe something because you have knowledge of it, then I don't think it's possible for that to go away.
What was the question of you're asking about doxastic voluntarism?
I'm not sure. I'm just thinking Jonathan Haidt stuff like that I saw. And
Like, does it make sense that you can voluntarily choose your epistemic beliefs?
yeah, I think regarding atheism, Christianity, you can choose to believe, and then you won't necessarily believe it at first, but then you can choose who you surround yourself with, what you practice, and who you talk to and do not talk to, and that you would eventually just come in line with it and
Yeah,
actually
so
believe.
the name for what you're calling this is called doxastic voluntarism. Doxastic meaning referring to belief, and then voluntary voluntarism. So voluntary, coming to belief voluntarily. There's two types. There's direct and indirect. So a lot of people are indirect doxastic voluntarists, which means that you can indirectly choose your beliefs. Very simple example. I want to know the author of this book. So I take the book, I choose to take the book, look at the author, read it, and now I come to a belief. I've chosen my belief, right? But that was indirect. I couldn't just desire to know or to believe the right author of this book and then arrive at the belief. I had to go through certain steps indirectly to arrive at that belief. Another good example would be learning. We can choose to learn what we learn, right? I can learn chemistry, biology, philosophy. I choose to learn philosophy over the other ones. Okay. Now, in terms of direct doxastic voluntarism, so let's say the classic crazy example is, I want you to believe that there's a dragon behind you or something like that. Can you just will to believe that? It's hard to say that I don't see a contradiction in someone willing to believe that there's a dragon behind them and then coming to the belief that there's a dragon behind them.
Oh, I can. Easy, bro. Easy.
You see,
What does that mean? What does that mean, though? But is another question.
it means that after the intention to believe that there's a dragon behind you, after that is the event which you believe that there's a dragon behind you, that there's a causal connection between those two events, and that you're aware of that causal connection prior to and after. That's what it means. But I think that the response that I have to direct doxastic voluntarism is that there is a requirement of knowing how to come to these beliefs. So someone asked me, well, I want you to believe that there's a dragon behind you. I might reply that I don't know how. And so then there's a conditional for coming to any new belief, right? That you must know how to come to that belief, and that knowledge how, if it's not in place, it's impossible to come to that knowledge. Okay. So that might be a response, but you have to get into what it means to say that to know how to come to new beliefs and stuff like that. But I think that might be a primitive notion. Yeah, but either way, I don't really see it as incoherent. I think that, I don't really know if there's psychological laws that prevent you from doing it. We certainly know none. So it's not going to be like physically impossible. I mean, unless you're, so I don't know.
I think it's just
I think it just depends on what is meant by belief. Cause like, one of the common elements of the Reformed position, which I do happen to hold, is a literal interpretation of Romans 1, meaning that, I don't really think I don't think people have the ability to think in purely naturalistic terms as we mean that word philosophically. I think people will sometimes extend that to say atheism in the dictionary definition isn't possible. I don't think that really makes sense per se, because I think it does appear to me to be intuitive that there is a prime mover. It does also appear to me to be backed up scientifically and philosophically, which is not necessarily the same as intuition. But if you didn't have that kind of information, I guess it's not like it's impossible for somebody not to believe in a prime mover per se. Although I would argue, I think there has to be I don't know, a certain level of, I don't know, ignorance, maybe kidding yourself. I don't mean to be rude, but it just does seem to me like logically the prime mover idea is a kind of a mount insurpassable to me.
That was my
even besides that, I don't think that, like, because even when you think about things, like you talk to some of the most stalwart kind of atheists, your Richard Dawkins types, and if you press them long enough, you'll find some supernaturalistic beliefs. But whether that's in like vibes, or one of my favorite ones is like a lot of people who claim to be godless, well, and not necessarily Dawkins, but more on the high school and college circuit level. They'll believe in stuff like ghosts, and it's like, okay, well, if you believe in ghosts, then you believe, number 1, in a spirit, number 2, in a soul, number 3, in a spiritual plane, and number 4, in an afterlife. So in what sense do you not believe in the supernatural in that sense? And I've never found anybody who I think, in fact, even with yourself, Danny, I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but you do have like semi-Platonic views, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it's like, and I think it's just because that seems to me to be almost impossible to get around in a consistent manner. Not to say that there aren't people who claim it. Certainly there's people who claim it, but I don't know if that, like, to their core is a genuine belief. So in that sense, I go on all of that to say, in that sense, I do believe some people are, quote, choosing their beliefs. Like when Matt Dillahunty claims that he is purely naturalistic in his thinking, in a more philosophical sense, I just flat don't believe him.
Have you ever looked into any atheist philosophers of religion?
I guess by title, no. I've listened to a lot of atheists who talk as if they were philosophers, like Christopher Hitchens.
They're definitely not. I don't know, the average atheist philosopher religion is just so different than the people you're talking about.
Well, I would imagine they'd have to be, right? Because there's certain things that they would probably have to. Well, let me put it this way: the majority of people who are speaking for atheism in the modern world they're not very sophisticated. You know what I mean? Like, and I actually quite enjoy.
I think that's true of the theists as well, though. I think it's just true. There are not that many sophisticated. I mean, the average apologist versus the professional theist and philosophy of religion is just a night and day. It's absolutely night and day. Same with the atheist.
Well, I think that's partially true in the sense that we always are going to have people on the sort of the fingertips, so to speak, right? And they're a lot less complex than those who might be closer to the heart, to continue with the analogy. But like when I think of like William Lane Craig or C.S. Lewis, who are quite popular, or even Doug Wilson, who is, he is a by degree philosopher. They're the people who are on the same battlefield, so to speak, as your Chris Hitchenses and your Lawrence Krauses and your Matt Dillahunties, but they're like
not at all. They're on the so like someone like Lewis and Craig and Coons and all these people are on the same. So let me just tell you the most famous philosophers of religion and atheism that are atheists, right? You have Oppie, Graham Oppie, Sobel, Draper, Mackey, Law, Lewis.
I have read some Oppie, but that would be it in that list.
What?
I have read Oppie, but that would be it in that list. And here's actually, I'm interested. Would Bertrand Russell count? Because I am familiar with him.
Yeah, he's pretty good. I mean, he's not a philosopher of religion, but the stuff he writes is way better than these other people like Dennett. Dennett's a philosopher, but not a philosopher of religion. Krauss, Hitchens, all these people are absolute morons. But I respect very few atheists, and the list that I just presented are basically just the people that dedicate their work to philosophy of religion and that are atheists.
Hey, CJ, just so you know, I want to see that dog when he's looking at you and making that noise, and like probably putting his arm on you and like scraping you, probably like looking at you. And is he like, what? Come to bed, damn it! But
well, right now he's actually bothering my wife, not me. But I think it's actually a girl.
Like when Frank was asked who the best defender of atheism was, he said he cited Oppie. He cited Oppie.
Sure.
And I
Oppie.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just want to use that. I just had to.
Well, one of the problems though is that it seems to me like, and this is kind of what I meant by the same battlefield, so to speak, right? It's not because, Hitchens is, I think, social critic would be the best word to describe him. He kind of, right? He writes blogs, and that's sort of what he does.
Who?
Did, right? He's obviously not around anymore.
Oh, right. But I just want to say about Oppie, by the way, guy's pretty, like, what's the word? Is the right word? Like based, they say, or whatever. He's like so polite.
There's a lot I disagree with Oppie on, but he's really good to talk to.
Yeah, for sure. He's a good person, it seems to me, or at least he comes across that way. He I've seen people bring stuff up, like you brought up the thing with like what's his name, and then like he was like did not even flinch, like, you know what I mean?
Doc Dawkins, are you talking about that?
I'm talking about Oppie, yeah, like the way he responded. Like I was like, wow, like most people would like kind of like, show a little bit of a, you know what I mean? Like a little bit of
I know what you mean. Yeah, he's not like that. He got when he debated Andrew Lowe, he got agitated. It was very entertaining. That was a couple of years ago.
Well, so the point though is just to say, so like that's kind of what Hitchens does, and Hitchens is going to be like a mainstream voice, quote unquote, for atheism, right? In the sense that if you're a on the ground, regular, run of the mill, not necessarily getting into the stuff that we're doing here, kind of atheist, Hitchens is a voice you've almost guaranteed heard, right? And on the flip side of that same coin, in fact, he even co-wrote a book with him, is Douglas Wilson. And with respect to Hitchens, Wilson is in an entirely different league. He's a theologian by trade. He's got a degree in philosophy. He's quite astute politically, even though he doesn't have any degrees in that, right? And like, even continues to be a problem when you speak about like the philosophers, because like I'm familiar with atheists who are philosophers, like Schopenhauer. I love Schopenhauer. I love Nietzsche. I love Nietzsche in a different way than I love Schopenhauer, because I kind of think Nietzsche is an idiot, but I also kind of like, it's hard not to like Nietzsche in a lot of ways. But Schopenhauer is always one of my favorites, actually. I know that might sound shocking to people considering that I am a theist, but I quite love Schopenhauer. He actually is the one.
I like both. I don't really look up to both in terms of atheist. Like, why am I an atheist? I don't look up to Nietzsche or any of these people. I think
that's exactly what I mean, right? Is like they're not. Their philosophy is very often detached from philosophy of religion in serious ways. In fact, even somebody like Kant. I don't know if Kant was an atheist, but
he was definitely a very big theist. He was a big, very famous theist and philosopher. I mean, he inspired Van Til and Greg Bonds and all these precepts.
See, and there that kind of gives you a little bit of information as to like the differences I would have in my knowledge of Nietzsche and Schopenhauer versus Kant, because I'm familiar with Kant in a summary sense, whereas I'm familiar with the others in the sense that I've actually like studied them, right? So that
Kant thought God was necessary for morality.
Did he? See, that's news to me, actually. I did not know that. So why then? I guess I'm curious, because I've read a lot of Christian responses to Kantian ideas.
Because he was you would say he was sort of doctrinally deprived. If I were a Christian of your kind, I would say that his head was too much in philosophy and less in the word. That's how I probably would to kind of get you the idea of the criticism. He thought that God was a barometer of, so it's tricky. So I think the way that it is that he thought that moral facts were distinct from God. So he rejected divine command theory. Okay. Right. But in terms of how morality interacts with agency, he thought God was necessary. Okay. So it wasn't that the moral facts were derivative of God's nature or God's commands. It was that there's this relation between pure reason or moral, the categorical imperative, these principles, and agency, and God somehow explains this connection. I got to verify that when I stop talking, but I think that's how I read him. I think I'm going to verify that for you in a second. But he also completely tore down he was very against a lot of these arguments for the existence of God. He was against the ontological argument. He was against the design argument, and he was against the cosmological argument. He was against them all. He wrote against them. He thought that God was part of the noumena, which is the kind of thing you really can't speak about. It wasn't part of the phenomenal realm, but nonetheless, it was God was some kind of necessary condition for our agency and how it interacted with pure reason. So there's a lot of stuff that seemed really anti-Christian in Kant, but he was nonetheless a theist, and he thought that God was metaphysically necessary.
For sure. So now I'm interested in this. I have a question. Couple is just in regards to who would be some of the voices that you're more thinking of, because so Thomas Paine, philosopher, but not a philosopher of religion. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, I know very little about Paine. But yeah, no, I don't know very. I mean, I haven't really done any research on Paine, so I'm not a good person to ask for that.
What do you think about Sam Harris? That answers a bit. Actually.
Yeah, no. I don't even. No one considers him a philosopher. He tried to reinvent metaethics. Like he got.
Bro, his mom wrote The Golden Girls. Okay, he's a philosopher.
He is no philosopher. He tried to do philosophy, and he tried to reinvent metaethics in the moral landscape, which is hot garbage.
By the way, you've clearly not watched The Golden Girls. I mean, the show is brilliant.
No, Sam Harris is by no metric in professional philosophy like a philosopher.
For sure. So I guess David Hume is another one that would come to mind. What would you say about him?
Oh, he's deeply inspirational. very significant. Very
For sure.
significant. Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna write down Hume, Oppie, and
so the people you should look into, Oppie, Hume. If you're interested in the evidential problem of evil, Draper, Paul Draper, and then maybe Stephen Law. Those are good starters. I interviewed two of them. I interviewed Stephen Law. He debated William Lane Craig, and his focus is on philosophy, religion, problem of evil stuff. So what I said, Oppie, Hume. You don't have to. Hume is like more of a historical artifact. In the philosophy of religion, he does an excellent job of characterizing his opponents well. The way that he characterizes the design argument, for instance, it's just like if you ever read Hume on the design argument and just read his articulation of the design argument, you would have thought he was a theist. So he's very clear writer. But a lot of Hume's contributions extend past the philosophy of religion. Like he did all that. I don't know if you ever heard of Hume's guillotine, like the is-ought gap. That's all Hume.
yeah.
Like, yeah. So yeah, if you're interested in Hume is very famous on his conception of miracles, his argument against miracles. I think Hume is inspirational. You can draw from him, but nonetheless, a bit of a historical artifact. The modern one. So J.L. Mackie wrote a book called The Miracle of Theism. He's dead now, but that was in the 20th century. That's a very good work, atheist work that I would suggest. I think you can just Oppie is always on YouTube. He'll accept any invitation. You email him, he will respond. The guy is so generous with his time. But he's the guy. When Craig a couple years ago was asked the most prominent atheist right now that's writing against theism, he cited Graham Oppie. So very understandable too. He has also the way that he approaches the top of these issues are in terms of worldview comparisons. That's how he calls it, like theory comparisons. So he doesn't really like giving like these syllogisms. He says, okay, here's my view. Here's your view. Here's the data. Now, what view best explains the data? That's his approach, Oppie's approach.
That's Craig's approach too, right?
Craig gives these deductive arguments. Oppie doesn't like giving deductive arguments.
Okay. Yeah.
Oppie doesn't like giving the problem of evil when these natural arguments for natural theology. I mean, he'll entertain them, but when he talks to a theist, he likes to do worldview comparison.
Okay.
Yeah. Draper's alive. He's at Purdue, I think. He focuses on the evidential problem of evil more than anything else. Law does problem of evil. David Lewis is dead. Gregory Dawes does Theism and Explanation. He did this book. Phenomenal book. That's Gregory Dawes. He doesn't think that that God could be a good explanation for virtually anything. And he writes a whole book on it. I think it's pretty persuasive. So
theism focus on just the theistic God, or what?
He just focuses on how explanation relates to theism. So he doesn't work on problem of evil stuff.
Just causal issues, maybe, or what?
Sorry, what?
Is that like the causal issues we were talking about earlier, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. Like what would count as what would be a good theistic explanation? That's what Dawes focuses on. Yeah,
he has no need for that hypothesis, that sort of thing. No,
so he's good. Now, if you're stepping away from professional philosophers of religion, I'm trying to think of good popularizers of atheism that are not professional philosophers, and I have a hard time with this list. I'm bracketing my friends. Okay, so I have good friends that are excellent, but they're not. I'm not talking about them. So let me see if there's anyone on my YouTube list, but they're very few. So good atheists that are not professional philosophers.
Pine Creek, T Jump, right? Top of your list.
Pine Creek is good for certain things, but I don't think for like a lot of like these philosophical.
Well, and as I recall, you're not particularly big on Tom Jump, right?
No, but Tom Jump is tricky because he interviews so many smart people, it eventually rubs off a little bit. But he's overall a moron. And just arrogant. Okay, wow. I guess I don't respect anyone.
I love it.
Okay, Cosmic Skeptic is getting a lot better, but I'm very disappointed. But he's not. He's like he has hope. An agnostic that's pretty good. His name is Joe Schmidt. He's very good. Like in terms of he's not a professional philosopher. He did just get his degree bachelor's degree in philosophy, but I don't count that as. I mean, he's going to be a future professional. So I guess
I'm actually Facebook friends with Joe Schmidt.
Yeah, he's good. He's worth like listening to, or his opinion is valuable.
So I am curious, what is it that causes you to say somebody like? Now, granted, I agree with you that Sam Harris is not good, but I am just curious, what would cause you to say somebody like C.S. Lewis would count as a philosopher, but Sam Harris would not?
Okay, well, Lewis, I've read Lewis outside of like he wrote on pain, animal suffering.
Right.
I did read a little bit of Mere Christianity. He's like, Wittgenstein, is he a philosopher? I would say definitely yes, and one of the greatest philosophers in the 20th century. He had no degree in philosophy. Okay.
You could learn on your own, couldn't you? If you're
corresponded with so many professional philosophers. Like he studied a little bit under Bertrand Russell. He corresponded with Frege. The guy is one of the biggest figures in philosophy in the 20th century, no degree. Lewis engaged with so much philosophy to a point where he got kind of. I'm not going to say he's as brilliant as Wittgenstein. I don't know if Wittgenstein would. I mean, that's like a different level. That's like genius level. I think Lewis is a genius, but in a different sense. Like Wittgenstein was interested in problems of philosophy. He wasn't really interested in philosophy of religion. He dabbled in like religion, but he was interested in like philosophy of mathematics and philosophy of logic and philosophy of language. Lewis wasn't interested in any of that. So he was. I would say that there's a bit of a common denominator between Hume and Lewis. What they both did very well is they knew how to talk to the average person about philosophical problems. So I think that's one good thing about Lewis. But no, I've read Lewis, and he writes like a very clear thinker, even though I disagree. I mean, it's hard for me. It's like characteristically, look, I don't value these. These are professional philosophers. I don't value them because they're professional philosophers. There's a certain set of characteristics that come along with that. And I'm just saying Lewis has those traits too.
For sure. So then, you know what? Actually, that's a perfectly sufficient answer, because that's actually, in a way, I would use the title philosopher for Sam Harris. I just think he sucks at it.
Yeah, but I don't. You see, I can't even do that. There's nothing. Look, some of the worst professional philosophers are actually still amazing. Like Rosenberg and Daniel Dennett, they're brilliant people. I cannot stand them though. I cannot.
Daniel Dennett. I like Daniel Dennett. I hate the conclusions he draws from his claims, but he is.
Yeah, I can't. I have this Consciousness Explained book. I cannot read a sentence. Right, it's horrible to me.
Because for what reason though?
Because he hand waves dualism. I mean, it's just like he's treating. I don't know. I can't. It's just coming from a different paradigm than I am. But the guy is brilliant. He know. Like if I studied under him, I would learn a lot. He would critique me very well. He's someone that I could look, even though I disagreed on everything, I could learn from. Okay, I could learn from. Same with Alex Rosenberg. Crazy views, but he's still a very intelligent. I could not learn anything with regard to philosophy from Sam Harris. Sam Harris could learn from me, okay, about philosophy. I don't know anything about his neuroscience. Forget about that. I don't know anything. He might be a brilliant neuroscientist. I don't know. Okay. But there's nothing I can learn from Sam Harris. I can learn from C.S. Lewis. I can learn from all these other characters that I've mentioned. Cannot learn a single damn thing from Sam Harris.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. In fact, honestly, I think that suffices most of the questions I would go at with this, because it's a critique that, and like I said, I might be a little bit more.
I'm gonna play this real quick because I just want to.
Okay. Yeah, but going back, CJ, I think also keep in mind that I am interested in philosophy. There are tons of atheists that are interested in biblical criticism. That I don't know anything about that. Okay. I just don't, I'm just saying that a lot of atheists gravitate towards biblical criticism, textual criticism, and attacking creationism. I am not talking about those people. Okay. So like Bart Ehrman and Joshua Bowen and they call themselves atheists and stuff like that, but their approach to the theism, atheism, or Christianity debate is totally foreign to me. Okay. So a lot of people that you engage with, like I respect Joshua Bowen, okay, but in terms of philosophy and atheism in itself, no. Right? I'm just he's not someone that I'm going to go to look up to. In terms of the historicity of certain things, then I have someone I'm going to look up to, but not for atheism, right? A lot of these, what's happening? Sorry, my nose is itching like crazy. I need to take my allergy medicine. What's happening here is that people are conflating atheism with being critical of historical text, like in the Bible, and attacking young Earth creationism, right? You could be a theist and attack the Bible. You could be a Muslim, for example. You could be an atheistic evolutionist and attack young Earth creationism. So there's whatever's happening there, I'm not a part of, right? That's not what atheism is to me. It's attacking the Bible or attacking young Earth creationism or Kent Hovind, right? That it's just there's a strong correlation between atheists and people that attack those things, and now people have associated atheism with those things. But I'm talking about atheism as a philosophical position.
Yeah, and I do actually have a little bit of experience with that particular aspect, in that I plan on being, now who knows, Lord willing, we'll see what happens, but my goal is to be kind of polymathic. I'd like to be proficient in history, philosophy, politics, and theology, and other things there that I would like to add as well, like language, but those are my big four.
If you want to get up to date on strong atheistic philosophical considerations, I would not recommend looking at these characters like Hitchens and Dennett, and I would look at these other characters. I don't think you need to read anything just yet, because I know you probably have a lot on the show, but I would start with I mean, my interview with Oppie is probably a little bit, I tailored I considered the fact that he's been interviewed so many times. You might want to talk to, or I'll have to link you a couple videos, okay? But Sobel and is dead, actually. Draper, all these people, Stephen Law. Okay, so, maybe watch some Stephen Law if you're interested in Problem of Evil stuff. And or Oppie. In terms of books, let me know if you want to read something. And I don't like to recommend Oppie because I haven't read a lot of his work. I have a couple of his books, and I don't want to recommend it because it's just I'm trying to think of something very like I'd probably recommend Mackey's book, The Miracle of Theism. Mackey's book is pretty good for, yeah. I would probably recommend The Miracle of Theism if you had to read atheist philosophy.
For sure.
Yeah, Mackey's dead though, but he's like huge and a huge figure in atheism, historically speaking. I mean, these people like Nietzsche and Schopenhauer, they have golden nuggets, but you have to find them, right? It's like a treasure hunt. You have to wade through so much crap to find it. Like there is stuff to take away from Nietzsche. There is stuff to take away from Schopenhauer with respect to theism, but you just have to dig through all the garbage.
Well, and with those two, I am relatively familiar. So I do really like Schopenhauer, but what I really like about Schopenhauer in particular is his feelings on, or his opinions, I guess I should say, not feelings, right? But his opinions on things like suffering and on the nature of why it exists. Because he's very highly influenced by the Buddha. And I think the Buddha is a great philosopher in his own right, but Schopenhauer, I think, is much better and has a lot less of the religious baggage that would come with somebody like the Buddha. But as far as religion, I've never found anything particularly impressive. I like Nietzsche in a sort of ironic way. I've had an affinity for nihilism most of my life, only because it does actually make a decent amount of sense to me. And other sort of pessimistic kind of philosophies. And to be real, I mean, that's even something that's remained true even on theism. I mean, the Book of Ecclesiastes is intensely nihilistic.
I don't read Nietzsche as a nihilist. He was deeply inspired by Schopenhauer, but that was early. He kind of left. He took a step from Schopenhauer, but whereas of course, Schopenhauer is known for his pessimism. But I think that some things I took away from Nietzsche that I thought were valuable, that are sort of antithetical to like Christianity and Plato and Kant, because Nietzsche hated Kant, hated Plato, and hated Christianity in a specific sense. But one thing is that I don't think that I think that pursuing the truth is a little overrated. I think that Nietzsche was right about that. That I don't think it's worth pursuing the truth, and give up your life. And he was actually, what was really interesting is that he was critical of scientists for this too, because there's a construal of Christianity that Nietzsche would be fine with, but what he would really dislike between Kant, Plato, scientists of the Enlightenment, and and Christianity was that people were obsessed with this other metaphysical domain where capital T truth was there, heaven was there, God was there, the Platonic forms are there. And he thought that those kind of considerations and values of the metaphysical realm cheapened our current lives. That, oh, don't worry, all of this life is for the other life. And so he thought it was like considering this life as a test for the other life. That's what Nietzsche hated more than anything else. And so there are versions of Christianity that Nietzsche would have been okay with. Or at least there are fair criticisms of Nietzsche that you can construe Christianity as a kind of view where life really does matter just as much as it matters after you die. That you really could value this life because of your belief or your faith.
You should.
Yeah, but if you pose that to Nietzsche, he'd find your sense of Christianity much better than the kind of Christianity he was being critical of. So I think that there was something there to take away from. I don't think you should lose your life over, I guess to kind of make it compatible with Christianity, like imagine just there's your like I think of it as a family. Like you could go to work 80 hours a week to do research and to like figure out, you know, some set of facts about biological facts that that you're studying in the lab, or you could go, you know, make time for your family, make time for affirm your life with them, that kind of thing, right? Like that's like an analogy to kind of get at what Nietzsche was saying. It's like this obsession with like knowledge and truth could backfire into your life and cheapen it. I think that's what I got from Nietzsche, at least.
Yeah, and I think that if I remember correctly, it's
Biblical
referred
scholar
to as
Jimmy Dunn.
Dionysian pessimism.
And this actually goes back to something that years, and there's thinkers were interested in
Sorry,
what
there's
are the essential parts of a human being.
something. I hear something. Somebody is
That's
saying
not me.
something, but you guys are both on mute, so it must be that I have something
No, that was
playing
me.
on it.
Sorry, that was me.
Oh, for sure. Sorry, I thought you were muted. I was like, do I have something playing on my computer? Or...
I was looking for something, but I didn't realize it was in the background. Sorry.
To be honest, my main problem with Nietzsche and the reason why, because when I say I have like an ironic like of Nietzsche, I don't tend to like his ideas, but I kind of like him as a guy. And I enjoy reading his ideas in that sense. It's actually similar to the way I like Christopher Hitchens, where it's like
I do like Christopher Hitchens too. I like listening to him, but it's like pure entertainment, and I don't get anything from it. You know, I can get stuff from Nietzsche though. I can get stuff from Nietzsche, but I can't treat Nietzsche like this coherent package of ideas. Right? It's like a giant, interesting, poetic mess. You know?
Nietzsche?
when I think the thing that I primarily disagreed with him on, where I was kind of going with like why it ends up being kind of ironic, is so, you know, he has the whole idea of Ubermensch, right, or Overman, and the notion is basically that's like his solution to the nihilistic crisis. It's like you realize
that's controversial. There are like 3 or 4 possibilities of what could replace what he calls like the Christian morality, or but yeah, that's one of them. I don't think that that's the likely candidate, although you're not unreasonable for thinking so. Did you ever read anything about the Nietzschean phrase, become what you are?
I have actually.
I think that that's more in line with what he wants to replace morality with. Morality in this like Kantian Christian Platonic sense. But I don't think you're crazy. I mean, it's totally reasonable to go. But there's a few candidates for, because Nietzsche's views are not systematic. I'm not so convinced that the Uberman is the replacement to this, or the solution to this nihilism.
Well, to an extent, I think they're kind of the. Now, I'm going to explain it by way of my first introduction to it and work my way backwards, which was actually not Nietzsche himself, but was the comic book Watchmen. Ironically, the deontologist Rorschach is at one point in the comic portraying very Nietzschean ideas when he talks about why he became Rorschach, right? He talks about like, oh, you know, there was this, and he references a real world crime where basically a woman was assaulted in a New York apartment complex, and there were tons of witnesses, but nobody did anything, and she ended up dying. And in the alternate reality that is Watchmen, this leads Walter Kovacs to become Rorschach and be this really, you know, vicious deontological kind of hero, where it's like, you know, he has this quote: "There is good and evil must be punished." And then you have this moment where he's speaking with the psychologist, which the movie kind of ruins, but the comic is much better with it. I love the movie, by the way. I just don't think it did this scene justice. And you know, he starts to talk in a very Nietzschean manner of saying like, I realize that we humans, I'm paraphrasing, but I realize that we humans are those who make meaning, like that of a Rorschach test. right? Where it's like we see what we see, like the person who looks at the Rorschach test, and then we sort of interpret what we see as a kind of coming out of our own selves onto the paper, but there's nothing actually there. It's just blotches on a white background, right? And what he decided to see and what he decided to build in the comic, of course, is this deontological kind of morality, which, of course, is kind of funny because it's not truly deontological in that sense, right? It's actually him sort of self-projecting onto the world.
It's interesting. It seems like Rorschach wouldn't be a deontologist, but you've read the comics. I would have not guessed. I would have.
Well, he's a caricature of deontology. So each of
Okay.
the characters in Watchmen is a caricature of a certain philosophy.
Okay.
But they're
Which
not
one-
always
which
necessarily
character-
consistent.
Which
So
one?
does that mean that making sure I'm understanding? So Rorschach embodies duty, like
Yes.
he's like okay.
Duty as well as strict objective morality, which is not necessarily the same, but of course is related.
Yeah, I guess that's fine. I think that makes sense. But I guess the reason why I've only seen the movie, Rorschach seems to cut corners to get like there's got to be a roundabout way when she has those duties. It's kind of like have you ever seen No Country for Old Men?
Yeah.
I think that what's his name? Churgill? What's his the antagonist?
Yeah.
What do you,
His name is oh my gosh.
Yeah, like Churgill.
Blank also.
You know the bad guy, right? The
guy with the black emo hair guy.
There's a sense in which he's a deontologist, right? I don't know if you remember.
Chigurh.
Yeah, he's a deontologist. He's evil, but he sticks to principles in terms of who he kills and how he kills and why he kills. Like there's a kind of so I guess I always I don't know, maybe I have to rewatch Watchmen. I always thought of Rorschach as cutting corners to get what he wants, but
well, you're not wrong. One of the things about it is that I think it's intentional. I don't know because I've never heard Alan Moore speak directly on it, but each of the characters, while they operate as a caricature of a certain set of ideas, they're not really entirely consistent with their ideas. I'll give the most blatant example is the comedian.
Oh, that makes sense.
The comedian,
that makes sense to me. Yeah. So you know that in that I gotta go soon, guys. You know that chart where it shows like lawful good, neutral good, all of that crap. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So the idea is that lawful evil, lawful good, and lawful neutral? Those are going to be the deontologist, right? The idea is that law kind of represents this kind of sense of strict duties that you have, but then there's a kind of question of whether you have the right duties, and I guess that's where the good and evil is. Someone like a lawful evil seems like that's going to be like the Churgill. I can't. Chigurh. Yeah, he's going to be the lawful evil, and Rorschach seems to be some kind of like lawful neutral or something.
What do you mean lawful? Lawful as in like keeps to a standard or something?
Yeah, like exceptionalist
principles.
duties.
Okay, yeah, I see.
Well, and the primary place you find the contradiction in Rorschach and the sort of explanation for it is this kind of Nietzschean dialogue he has with the psychologist, right? Where it's like he operates by a very strict set of duties and a very black and white morality, right? But how he gets there is this very Ubermenschian kind of idea of this is what I saw in the world and I projected myself onto the world. In a way that sort of made it my own, right? Which is why I say like, and I believe Alan Moore did it on purpose because he's brilliant, and I think he would have the foresight to do it on purpose. Plus, all of the characters are inconsistent with their caricature, so I don't think that that's a coincidence, unless he was just kind of philosophically inept. But I don't think that's true.
Or story.
Yeah, I remember at the end of the movie. Actually, now that what you're saying is starting to make sense. What's the blue man's name?
Dr. Manhattan.
Manhattan kills Rorschach for that reason, right? Because of the sense of duty.
He has to.
Exactly. It's actually, in my opinion, it's the moment that makes Rorschach the character that he is. My dog's name is actually Rorschach. I have an affinity for the character. And that moment is the stamp in my own mind of like, this is what makes Rorschach Rorschach. You know what I mean? Because
I was too slow when I first watched it. It didn't make any sense, and I think when I
He knew he
watched,
was going to die, and he didn't care. And he's just like, that's. They both knew they
well,
had.
I don't think there's anything he could do. Right.
Well, he could though, right? He could have decided because he could have made a pact with the rest of them in not fulfilling what he saw as his duty to tell the world, right?
But if he's not going to do that, it's not like he's going to be able to get away with leaking everything, right? So he just
exactly,
right?
And that's why it's such a character-defining moment, right? Is because it's like,
right? He does leak it. He does leak it, right?
No.
Yeah, he gets his well, sort of. So he gives his journal to a sort of conspiracy theorist tabloid, but his journal is before he's actually gone to Antarctica, so it is missing some information. But it's enough information to say like, hey, Veidt is the main bad guy, and whatever's happening, it's led to him.
Yeah, that's right. Well, what about? Yeah, okay, never mind. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the reason that moment is such a character defining moment, in my own view at least, is that it's a really interesting moral dilemma in that you're in the face of a omnipotent and all powerful being who in no way, shape, or form could be beaten. And yet, rather than just be sort of resigned in a kind of fatalistic way, like the rest of them are, to the fact that you've lost, Rorschach would rather play as if he's going to win for the purposes of getting himself killed in the line of his duty, right?
Oh, it did a lot of work. I mean, it forced him to kill him or whatever, but yeah, that was an amazing scene. But Danny, before you go, I do want to ask you one question. I would just want your opinion on it. But go, yeah, CJ, are you done?
Well, so real quickly, the point I was trying to make with all that is, so that was my first foray into this Nietzschean idea, and when presented in that way, not necessarily by Nietzsche himself, but in that comic book fashion, it almost seemed to me like Ubermensch and the sort of be who you are and that kind of stuff. They're almost the same idea in the sense that it's like reality is farcical and absurd, and so be this sort of ultimate overcoming person who forces the world to bind to your will rather than the other way around, because there's nothing really there to break. You know what I mean? It's all just illusory, and so what you can establish there is kind of the main thing, not only in your own life but in the greater scheme of things. And interestingly enough, there's another fictional example of that in Sauron in Lord of the Rings. Obviously from the opposite perspective, right? C.S. Lewis, or excuse me, Tolkien, thought that this idea was kind of toxic, and he doesn't really show it so much in the Lord of the Rings itself, but more in like the Silmarillion and stuff like that. You can kind of see the sort of Ubermenchian ideas behind Sauron. But it almost seems to me like Nietzsche's ideas, though I don't know if he would agree with this. It does seem like they end up kind of melding into the same general idea, which is once you've realized it's all an illusion, sort of make it your ox pulled by the nose, so to speak, right? In other words, put your own meaning, project your own meaning, that which comes out of yourself, your true self, so to speak, onto the world. And from what I can gather, that seems to be what he is kind of striving at by the idea of an Ubermensch. I don't think he's necessarily referring to like a conquering man per se, as much as it is a man who is like, because he's realized the futility of everything and projected his own meaning onto it in a way that's satisfactory to him. That to me seems to be Nietzsche's idea of what an Overmensch is. Does that make sense?
Dress it up however you want. It's Satan. It's Lucifer.
Well, I actually agree with that. That's my primary criticism of Nietzsche. Is I think if somebody actually went through with those principles, I think they'd be much more Sauron and much less Rorschach. Not that Rorschach is necessarily always a good person per se, but he is a hero in the end, whereas Sauron is obviously the Dark Lord, and both are caricatures, but I think the Nietzschean ideas lead much closer to a Sauron idea than they do a Rorschach idea.
Interesting. Good stuff. So let me ask Danny something real quick, Danny, really quick before I know you got to go. So just tell me, and we'll just say if it's hard to decision, just tell me which one strikes you is usually more the case. Do you appreciate somebody for having thoughtfully thought through their worldview and that they're very principled and consistent? Or would you rather, but say very much opposed to your views, let's say in the most, the fuller extent or something? Or do you appreciate someone who seems to be inconsistent and more in agreement with you?
Oh, the former, definitely the former.
I agree with that, actually.
I want to argue with a lot of atheists because like they're just like either bigoted towards religious people or they haven't thought through for why they should be an atheist. Part of what this, and just as a tangent, one of the reasons why I'm not a big Black Lives Matter person is that I see the same bigotry, almost the same kind of bigotry from a lot of these atheists and Christians towards each other. It's just I don't see it as a different quality as the kind of bigotry that exists towards certain minorities. And so when I see atheists that are really bigoted and don't have any good reasons for being an atheist, I would rather attack them than a Christian that is well thought out their view or tries to think through their views. Absolutely.
You seem to see a lot of Christians though that are pretty embarrassing, worse than me.
No, but there's so many atheists that are embarrassing. But I'm finding myself not attacking them as often anymore. It's kind of sad, but I just can't make enemies with
people. That
making an enemy of everyone is just that's too exhausting. If I continue to attack a lot of atheists, I'm just not going to have anybody to talk to. Because I don't know if you know, Jamie, but I'm making tons of Christian enemies now. Like they're like I'm getting notorious amongst the Black community of Christians. Like I pissed off God Logic and Claus and
compile them for me so I can make a video on it.
And Sam Shamoon and all of these characters, like now, and they're starting to. And when I go on their channels now, they recognize me. So I can't make enemies with everyone. I just can't. So sometimes I have to put up with a lot of atheist bigotry and stupidity now.
Well, every time you see that happen or that happens, you should tag the link, and then I'd like to get like if you could give me a list of links where people are doing that, I'd like to make a video on that and just because I'm storing up all sorts of righteous indignation for that sort of thing. No, but I'd like to see them and put them together and
yeah, absolutely. Okay, I'm going to bed with that. Good night.
All right, buddy. Thank you.
Good night.
I appreciate it, man.
For the record, since his name was dropped, I just got to say Shamoon is a moron. I do not like that guy. And it's not just because he's an absolute ass. It's also because he's like a genuinely stupid absolute ass. So there's that.
I pity the stupid usually, but it's easy to because I see him every time I look in the mirror. But no, it's easy. It's easy to pity people that you can relate to, isn't it?
Well, and by the way, I also just, I do want to say I actually agree with what Danny just said there. In fact, I've often found, I have a lot more respect for like Anjem Choudhury, right, who's a fundamentalist Muslim and who will speak like a fundamentalist Muslim about jihad and all that other kind of stuff. I have a lot more respect for that guy than I do like a Zakir Naik, right?
Oh, yeah. I don't like that guy, of course.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't think you have to be dishonest or ignore the issues with your own view in order to be that way, right? Like, I think that I think that Anjem Choudhury is probably a good example of that. He's quite scholarly and literate in
surprisingly,
and stuff like that.
I haven't seen that guy around for a while.
He went to prison for supporting ISIS because he actually believes what he teaches. Yeah.
Well, if he really believed it, he'd probably blow himself up in the middle of Times Square or whatever.
Well, you do have to bear in mind that you know, these people are not, they're not stupid, right? So they do recognize that one Anjem Chowdhury is worth much more than four different Ahmeds. You know what I mean?
I totally was talking out my butt there. I just mean like I was being hyperbolic. Yeah, obviously they are very smart and he's educated. So yeah, he would have to. That's how you keep yourself from feeling compelled to be martyred when you're very devout. just get taught. It's like, wait a minute, that's not cool. Do I really believe this? It's kind of like with the Christian thing. It's like, that's why I don't think my theology really gets out of Danny's argument any better. I mean, maybe a little better. It's more in line to make a case for why that argument doesn't work per se, a little bit maybe, but it's still kind of a challenging question because we all believe that, I think it's almost certain that all dead babies that are murdered go to heaven. Of course, I don't believe they go to heaven right away, which is already a reason to pause to accept that argument. But even so, at the end of the day, if it guarantees their salvation, which it does, I would argue. In fact, I would argue so much. I mean, I don't know what more thing I could be sure of that I can't defend from Scripture. Let's say that.
Well,
of course, I do not know. Of course, that's the point. But
well, I want to put a video out, like I said, and it'll probably be next week, probably next Wednesday, because I want to start doing a segment of shorter sort of video blog style episodes, which I want to call a breakfast tea. By the way, Sparrow's asking for the link if you want to give it out. But so I don't want to say too much because I don't want my argument to be, well, obviously I want it to be dealt with, but I don't want to preempt it quite yet. But I already mentioned part of it, which is a little bit of deontology. Another part of it that I am going to kind of argue for is it's similar to Pascal's wager, actually, interestingly enough, that we had talked about that, not in argumentation itself, but in that it's an argument from practicality. And that is, practically speaking, you don't know that, right? I believe it. I believe that a consistent understanding of Scripture would lead one to the conclusion that children who die are saved, right? But not only do I not know that, it's not as if I can't see an argument for the contrary. You know what I mean? So, from a simple risk sort of calculation, right? I don't think, unless you had absolute certainty, which I don't think you have, I don't think that's a risk that one would be willing to take, or should be willing to take, I guess I should say. To kind of give an example, right? When you jump out of a plane to go skydiving, right? You wouldn't skydive if you heard that there was some still pretty small, but actually a relatively substantial percentage chance that the specific parachute behind you would fail. Like if you knew there was a 5% chance that the parachute behind you would fail, right?
I wouldn't do it for a 1% chance.
Exactly, right? So there you have my point, right? So if there's even the slightest chance that we're wrong about God's feelings on babies, which I don't think we are, but if there's even the slightest chance, don't risk it. You know what I mean? Because that would defeat the entire premise to begin with, and that's one of the different arguments that I would, because I want to argue from that. I want to argue from the perspective of deontology. I want to argue from the perspective of what I believe are works of the Spirit in a Christian. So, I do think that, one of the reasons why Christianity, I think, is inherently deontological is that it's not just duty in the sense of duty itself, but it's also like the duty becomes sort of an integral part of your personality, right? We've been talking about this over at Donnie's constantly, right? Like, does salvation actually change you? And I would say it does. And so one of the ways that it would change you is in such a way that something like violating God's commands to murder somebody, right, would be unthinkable. But then there's other arguments I want to bring up as well, such as Paul's bartering on behalf of Israel. It's not literal bartering, but he like barters within himself, saying, I wish I could, and some other things also. It's a lot of interesting stuff, I think.
Cool. Yeah. So yeah, you put a bunch of small reasons to that add up to an argument against it. Basically, it sounds like that's a good idea. Something
I've
that
been thinking about it a lot because I respect Danny quite a bit. So I want to do justice to it.
Yeah, and I think a cool-headed, reasonable person. I mean, most people hear that argument and they flip out, basically, right? Christians, and I think that's embarrassing. That's why I try to make a video on it. I didn't have much to say about it. Rebecca came on the stream too, and like Danny, you commented on it. I mean, there's ways out of it, but I think it is an interesting thing to consider. It's not like me bringing it up to dunk on other Christians in any way. It's just like that is a interesting dilemma, and we shouldn't just act all flaily like everybody does when they hear it. But like, what does make sense if you think eternal life is what really matters, and in a certain sense, no matter what your view is, even if you take serious note on like preserving life on earth, if you think there's no rapture or whatever, it's a lot of people that would say that would also say like we're stewards of the earth, or theoretically they're more likely as Christians to want to take care of the earth than say people that are expecting doomsday or whatever, right? That's just obviously true. And then so it's like, yeah, and I think it's almost certainly true that God would save every child before the age of accountability that was aborted. And so it's like, well, if it would guarantee their trip to heaven, especially if these people are not in a good position to get saved, why would we hinder that? And another thing I wanted to say about it too, and I want your response, is something I kind of, when I was more seriously contemplating a Calvinistic view, mainly because of James White, like I told you, one of the things that came to my mind was kind of like that struck me when I was considering it, on the way out of considering it, I would say. I thought like, in Calvinism, I feel like no matter what, and you could always like, you could fall into this mindset of thinking, hey, whatever I do is God's will. And so in a sense, you're like, you could always tell yourself that no matter what choice you made, that was what God, what it should be or whatever, right? And that seems dangerous if you went that direction. I don't think most people do. But hey, ladies, thanks for coming. Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good. Let's let CJ
Hi,
respond.
CJ.
I don't want to leave. That was like a pretty hard thing. I don't want to be like not let you respond to that. But what do you make of that? What would you say?
No, we're listening. You guys go ahead, and we're just listening.
Yeah.
Well, so I think honestly that kind of is a variation of that aforementioned idol argument.
Yeah, right.
And the thing about the idol argument is that concept of co-fated really does place into perspective everything else that possibly could be fated, right? Because now perhaps people don't find that to be a sufficient response. I personally do. But
Well, maybe
to
tell it
reiterate,
again to people listening, and I think it's a decent way to look at it and a decent answer. And so a lot of the people that are here probably haven't heard it. So why aren't you just doing whatever you want and then thinking, oh well, that's what God wanted because that's what ended up happening, and God is sovereign, so whatever I do is God's will. What would you say? So give him the answer you gave to that.
yeah, absolutely. So that is a variation of a argument that was actually originally put forward by Aristotle in a non-Christian context, just talking about the very concept of destiny. And he called it the idol argument, or it's also been known as the lazy argument. But the idea is if you are fated to recover from an illness, then you are fated to recover from the illness regardless of if you go to the doctor or if you don't go to the doctor. And if you're not fated to recover from the illness, you are not fated to recover from it regardless of if you go to the doctor or if you don't go to the doctor. Therefore, going to the doctor is irrelevant to whether or not you actually will recover from the illness, and you should remain idle. And the response, which is originally put forward by Chrysippus, although Aristotle and Chrysippus do not use these specific examples, these are examples given by Origen and Eusebius in the Christian world. But regardless, it's originally put forward by Aristotle and Chrysippus. And Chrysippus's response is if it is fated that you will recover from the illness, it is only because it is co-fated that you will go to a doctor who has the ailment or who has the cure for your ailment, right? In other words, you are fated to recover from this illness, not in spite of going to the doctor, but because you are also fated to go to the doctor, and that doctor is also, one who has the relevant information and training and all that other kind of stuff. And that, I think, is the best way to understand a lot of these different objections, because they do end up kind of falling fundamentally back into that idol argument kind of thing. Like if you believe everything is God's will in an ordination kind of sense, then why not just eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die, being that it's ordained of God? And the answer to that is, well, you can eat, drink, and be merry, if it's ordained by God, but that is that would be co-fated with you not being a believer. And if you are a believer, then you have a certain set of qualities that are co-fated in the opposite direction of belief, of being rejuvenated by the Holy Spirit, of all these other sorts of things. And so the way James White puts it is much more concise, but it doesn't get into all the explanation. But it's God justifies the ends as well as the means. But of course, if you just start with that, nobody really knows what you're talking about, right? So that's why I like to go through the whole sort of thing. And it's the same thing I would have there, right? With that particular objection. If one were to say it doesn't matter because it's all God's will, so I'll just kill the baby and they'll go to heaven, or they won't go to heaven, right? Then I would argue that this idea that you have that it's all going to be sort of ordained by God and therefore accepted by God is not necessarily true, because what you're doing is demonstrating non-acceptance, and that is sort of like co-fated with your decision. Does that make sense?
I think so. I think it's kind of like a backdoor free will thing, but in a sense, or it's a countercausal a little bit, but it doesn't really matter, because the only question I would ask, and then let's talk about miracles. I want to hear if the ladies have any miracle stories they want to share. But if you, it seems like that God gave us the illusion of free will or something. You could say almost, like it seems. At least I would think that's like operating. That you have a decision to follow God's commands or whatever. So whatever it takes. I mean, we all do that in the end, right? Or if we try to, right? So
well, and real quickly, I just want to say, keep in mind that the primary form of predeterminism, whether it be Christian or non-Christian, is compatibilism. It's not the only one, but when you talk about like the Stoics, Chrysippus, Augustine, Calvin, right? They all believed that free will was the mechanism by which God's ordination typically took place. Now, that's not universal, right? You do have guys like Luther or the Greek pagan religion with the concept of the fates and stuff like that, where it was very strictly predestinarian. Some have used the word fatalist, but fatalism is weird because there's like a philosophical definition of fatalism and there's a dictionary definition of fatalism, and they are not the same definition. But I digress on that.
You almost it's almost as if you freely choose to take Calvinistic doctrine to be fatalism or not. But okay, you guys have any comments, ladies, on that subject or miracles?
What is your position on where babies, the aborted fetuses go? Do you think they go straight to heaven, or do you think they go to the other side in the waiting place for the millennium?
Me or CJ?
Both of you.
I think they die until the resurrection, and then they're reunited with the mother on the last day. That's what I would say.
Okay, but you think they're still babies?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that background noise is. I'd say, okay, if my belief is totally correct, then they're just they're just resting or they're just gone.
Okay, so you believe the soul sick thing. Okay, well then, okay, CJ, what is your take on babies or children? Say someone was driving a car and a 3-year-old ran out, and it was just a fluke that this happened, or somebody was backing out of their driveway and accidentally ran over the child. Where do you think that baby's soul went?
It's a multifaceted answer. So I believe that the babies do go to heaven, and that's the short version. I believe on the basis of God's personality and His moral law that He gives,
Okay.
right? Not that anybody else gave. It seems to me like it's consistent with His way of doing things to save those who are not of the age of accountability. The only caveat I have to that, though, is I don't think the Bible speaks clearly on it. So I have to deduce that. And as a result, it's not something that I think can be spoken of like dogmatically. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. Yeah. Because for me, I mean, I had a miscarriage, and for me, I believe, because it doesn't speak clearly, but I think that we have a father that maybe that, my baby just, that there's, everyone is to be born from above, from, in the water, and to be born to choose. But I believe like that babies, if they die for some reason, get cancer and die, because they're the age accountability. I mean, you could be 80 and become to an age of accountability. Some people can. There's just all different types of things. But I take the position to where I think that our Father, our Creator, maybe I don't believe that they're going to be on the side, waiting. I think they're going to be with Christ, over in heaven. That's what I think.
I think I'm getting feedback from like somebody's with their mic on, background noise. I can't.
Okay, let me hold on. Let me see if it's mine.
Yeah, and I did just kind of piggyback on that. I do agree with what you were just saying. And I even I would extend it to some other kind of areas too. Like I think the mentally handicapped, it seems to me, would be provided that they're handicapped to such an extent that they would not have reasonable ability to make choices. I would think that they would be saved. I think animals individually do go to heaven.
Beautiful. Yes,
and
I do too.
See, and the thing with it is like
But I do want to ask one thing though, because my only problem is Satan being released for a short season after the millennium. Who is that for?
Those are people that survived the tribulation. They went into the millennium. They had not.
Satan's bound during the millennium.
Yeah.
And then after he is released again for a short season.
For me, I think it's I think it's for the people that wasn't taught truth, that were like the people that believe a false doctrine, and that died of not knowing the whole truth, and I had a different opinions on that for the millennium,
because souls are going to choose Satan,
free will,
or they're going to choose
free will.
Christ.
Well, there's.
Are you guys aware of what happened to King David's
I feel
baby?
like that's the millennium. It says that for the short season, they're also. I mean that they're going to be. Like I have a family member that believes in a total false doctrine, and I think that because of what she believes in, that that's going to be the time of her getting taught the truth, because she believes that Jesus Christ died. She believes, she loves him so much, but there's some things that are wrong with her religion that she's in. And I think that I'm not saying she's not going to heaven. I'm not the judge, but I'm thinking that maybe if we're here and Christ does come back, when the Antichrist comes back, because I'm post-trib, and that's when I think, that she would get taught the truth. And then, of course, once the full recall we have during the millennium, that she will be able to, when he is released, she'll be able to choose which way. Kind of like the rich man and Lazarus. The rich man's over.
Yeah, but that implies, though, it's one and done, though, Sparrow. When you're here on this earth, if you are mentally capable to make a conscious choice of who you serve and the doctrines that you believe in, then that's it.
Well, she mentally, I know she
it would
mentally
be
serves, though,
But see,
Christ.
to me,
Yeah,
that would be
or God.
for the people who couldn't make a conscious choice with their heart for Christ, like the babies or
Well, I mean,
that's who I think that is for.
Okay.
But
Well,
I could be wrong, though.
But I mean, I would have to see that, though. I would have to. I mean, I haven't heard. I mean, like CJ just said, there's nothing that says that. So it's
there's
just
no greater thing in choosing Christ.
Right, of course. But there's
having that option.
there's like there's children that's gotten killed just by accident, and or in different things. I mean, I don't. I mean, and then I know that there's people that love Christ and stuff. And I mean, it's just kind of, there's a gray area. I mean, if I could see that and the word, and somebody said, okay, look right here, this is what it says. This is only for the handicap and the children and this and that. Then I would say, okay, then I understand it. I've been studying for as long as I have, and I've never got a clear answer. I've never been able to find exactly where it says that. So that's why I was just asking the guys that.
Yeah.
Kevin, what did you want to say, Kevin? Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Jamie. Appreciate that. I was going to say, looking back at the Old Testament, when God judged Israel because he gave David a choice, right? The baby died, or he was going to take out his wrath on the entire nation. And King David said he chose the baby, or the baby died. And King David said that I will be with my child again. So that's the only place we see in Scripture where it seems to me like children that have no understanding of right from wrong, don't understand those things, they automatically go to be with the Lord. And I think that they don't have to prove themselves during the millennium. They will already have their glorified bodies.
That's that. Okay.
Then Satan's for us then again. When he's released for
Satan
1,000 years. I mean, not for 1,000 years. I'm sorry. After, for the short season. Because why would people get a second chance? Because
I don't
then
think
that's
it's
like
a
saying that the
chance.
cross is insufficient. That's saying.
Yeah, there's no second chance.
But where does it say that, though?
Let me point one thing out about something to consider. Like, I'm not going to cram my views down anybody's throat, but I'm just going to.
No, I was going to ask Kevin, I mean, because where would it, I want scripture to say, okay, because this is the only thing that is sitting in my head right now, but I know we're not going to be, there's no kids going to be in heaven, because there's already been, that's why we came through the womb the first time, this time. And we have free will. Yes, we do, to choose Christ or Satan. But I wanted scripture to say, okay, Well, babies can't go to, a child that dies with cancer or if you had a miscarriage or your baby got run over or just all different things. I want to know exactly where that says that those children, those babies are not going to be that are not going to go straight to the Lord, to
I would say
heaven.
they are. They are. I would say there's no reason a baby can't go to heaven. I would just say everybody's on pause
I
and
know
then
we
they.
could just say that, but I want to know where Scripture says, like the Scripture, you just
Yeah.
said,
Well,
heaven.
okay,
That,
but let me point out
you
one
know,
thing. What whatever happens to the saved people when they die, and where they're going, I would say that's where babies are going. But there is no scripture that tells you anything about children or anything about age of accountability. It's just a really common thing that most people of different denominations, even in the Jewish world, as far as I understand, have come to the same kind of conclusions. It was an idea that just there's no real scripture you can say that. But here's something interesting I wanted to ask you guys about this too, and feel free to not answer it right away or whatever. But Jesus? It says he's coming to judge the quick and the dead or whatever, and then it says to give to every man. Assuming I'm betting that phrase is every person, mankind, according to what their works are, or whatever. And I'm not saying anything about that. I'm just saying he comes to bring the judgment. Like, doesn't that seem weird if people are going to heaven or hell before they die? And then also, I don't get how you can take Old Testament things about David going to be with the child and think that that's them. The child's therefore in heaven right now, and then he's going to heaven too, or whether it be heaven or hell, it doesn't matter, just wherever they go. Because if you don't you guys, if you take Luke 16 to mean teaching about after you die, shouldn't you be saying that people who died before Jesus died in the Old Testament, shouldn't they be going to the Hades until then, in the waiting place? That
Okay.
seems doesn't work.
So I do have a response.
and
So there's
yes, I am Southern. I'm from Texas. Somebody said something. Go ahead.
there's two things. So I want to respond to Jamie, but first I wanted to Olive asked about who's alive during the millennium then.
No, I'm not
So
talking about it's after the 1,000 years. Okay,
yes, I'll
after the
explain that.
millennium. Okay,
So
Satan is released again.
yes. So after the 1,000 years, okay. So during the millennial reign, right, people are just in a time of prosperity and peace. Sin is very rare. The Bible says that if someone even dies at the age of 100, it's as if they were like a baby. So it's going to be a completely different than what we have now. So these people haven't had to have faith like we do. They didn't have to trust because they could physically see Jesus ruling and reigning from Jerusalem. They don't have a choice. He is basically ruling the whole world. There's no choice. You have to serve God. So what he does is at the end of the 1,000 years, he releases Satan to try the hearts of these people, and why he does that is you'll see that those who are only outwardly following God because he was there enforcing it never really loved him in their heart. So those people who didn't really inwardly love Christ will be the ones that turn on him in the battle of God.
Okay, so I'm going to push back. Okay, so when he returns, he gathers his elect from the four winds of the earth. Okay.
Yes.
No, not just the earth, also from heaven.
Well, but that is speaking of those that are on the earth at the time, right? Okay, so
yeah, also it
then, but
included
then
those in
you go to
heaven because
First
it says it's a great
Corinthians
multitude that can't be
15.
numbered.
Okay, but then you go to yeah, because the saints come with Christ.
Yes.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. So
Right.
as
And
he's
the remnant.
gathering us back, then you have the saints that are coming with Christ. Then you go to
Yes.
First Corinthians 15:52. They're transformed in a blinking of the eye into their
Right.
spiritual body. So during
Yes.
the millennium, they're not going to be in flesh because that's strange fire.
Right.
That's strange fire. Like Christ is in his full glory, right? I mean, he's in his full glory, like that full light. So if
Right.
mankind was to even look at Christ being in his full glory now,
Where does it say
they
he's in his
would
full
burn.
glory,
Like
though?
that's strange fire. Like they would burn because their flesh is sin.
Well, Olive,
So
you're assuming he's going to be in his full glory. The new heaven and new earth, obviously, is. But remember,
Shekinah glory. He's
when
in his
Jesus
full glory.
resurrected,
Yeah, because the
when he
full
appeared,
Godhead is not going to be until after the millennium.
But Christ is in the he's in his full glory though.
guys, you're
Yes.
completely forgetting that when Jesus resurrected, he appeared before the disciples in a
Yeah, but that
resurrected
was
body. They
before
weren't.
he returned up. Yeah, that's when he walked.
Yes,
Okay.
but what I'm saying is he can choose to show his full glory or not. So you're assuming that during the millennial reign he'll be in his full glory.
But
But we
Scripture
know a new
tells
heaven and
us
new earth.
that we're going to be transformed into our spiritual
Yeah, we're
body.
gonna all as soon as the one day with Christ is the Lord day, and so the 1,000 years on earth is one day with the Lord, and that's the Lord's day. I get it. And then as soon as his feet hit the ground, okay, we're all. I mean, it hit. I mean, everybody is going to be changed into their spiritual body. It says, I know it's in there. It says that we're all going to be in our spiritual bodies. And then okay, but all of us, everyone that is here, it says like even like a third is then going to be in a slumber, a third, and then but there's going to be many that do wash their blood in their robe in the blood of the lamb, but then there's going to be some that have to be taught, like that hasn't been taught during the millennium, that was on earth that didn't actually make it, and so you like from what I'm understanding.
Yeah, because see that's hard for me though, and I used to believe that though because of when the doors are closed for the feast, and the weeping and gnashing of teeth that is in the outer darkness. You can take that into Ezekiel, where the
The
priesthood
temple,
have
right,
to
but
go
not
outside the
everybody's going to be
gate.
over there.
Yeah, and
Like not
they have to be cleansed to be
7
coming back
days.
in. Yeah,
Right,
so
right.
it's just
Yeah.
hard. Like it's really hard because then you would have to go to a universalist
But
side and take some of their
but
beliefs.
who are we going to during that 7 days? I mean, who are we going to speak to? I
Hey, where
mean,
you getting the 7 days from again? I'm not sure.
It's in Ezekiel,
yes,
where
Oh
they're
yeah.
it's
speaking
a
on the
cleansing
millennium.
before you could come back and appear to be, and you have to be cleansed 7 days before you could to be back in His presence. And
What was
if
that
you
in
look at
reference
the
to?
way the temple is and everything set up,
I'll have to
so
I
you
gotta read
go
that.
over. You get to go over and tell like whomever maybe like to preach and teach to like get their act together, before Satan's release again.
What if
I
that's applied
understand all
to?
of that. That
Hey,
see, I agree totally with you on that. All of that, on everything, I agree. The only thing that I was talking about is about babies.
Yeah, and that's where it's a hard one because I do think that babies they return because God, He's the Father and the Creator of all spirits of the flesh, right?
Right.
And
I know that
then
they'll go to
we
heaven,
also
but I cannot
oh,
see
it
them
even
being on
tells
that
you.
other side.
okay.
So
So you
The
guys can't make
gulf.
sense of this idea, like, because if they go straight to heaven, then how do they come back in the
Yeah,
millennium?
what,
That's your
yeah, what
issue.
side are they
I
going to
didn't
be
get
on?
that.
I cannot see them walking around with some Jeffrey Dahmers and all that
Okay,
in the
okay,
millennium
right,
period.
right. Okay, I see. Because sorry, that my beliefs are so different. I didn't see the issue there.
yeah,
So,
see, that's what Sparrow's talking about. I'm talking about something else. Like we're talking about two different things. Like I'm
Yes,
talking about after them. Like I agree that babies would go to heaven. They would be separated from the evil
right. No, that's what I just
rudiments
want to. Yeah, we're
of
talking about.
that.
I agree. Yeah. So
But
yeah,
I'm
we're
talking
talking about two
about
different things. I agree what
yeah.
she's talking about, but I was just asking you guys what y'all thought about the baby thing. But I agree on what she says about. So
but the thing is, like, I guess if, well, yeah, there's so many questions I could ask. I don't want to push you
And
on
this is
anything.
why
no,
some
no, no.
people
That's why.
say
I mean,
during the
that's why I'm here.
millennium they get this dispensationalist view where some are in New Jerusalem, right? And then some are on Earth and they're having babies.
Yeah.
Okay, like
I don't think you
Right.
can apply those
Yeah, there's
verses.
no babies. It says there will be no more baby. I mean, we're going to be all in
It's like an
full
idiom, I think, that babies will live,
knowledge.
be considered old to 100 and
yeah,
something.
exactly.
That's an
Like
idiom.
yeah.
I
But
know they're not going to be over there with Satan. That's for sure. You know,
right,
I mean,
my view totally makes it so much easier, but I'll just leave it at that.
Not
CJ,
I'm sorry.
I know. So, but what if that 7-day thing is actually like more not literal, and it's saying like it's literally like the day of the Lord is 1,000 years. What if it's just saying 7,000 years, like, and it's talking about God preparing man for an eternal state?
Well, no, my position is I stand firm about the
There's praise.
Hey, praise.
There's the man with the plan. How you doing there?
Howdy, how's everyone doing tonight? How you guys doing? So I wanted to point something out to you guys. You guys see the biggest loophole of all time when you guys are saying you're talking about this?
What's that, praise?
That all you have, everyone should just commit abortion so the babies go to heaven. They think that's a loophole.
No,
that's the argument.
I'm not talking about abortion. I think that is horrible. No, I think that is terrible. That is awful. I'm talking about like children like that that died from cancer, you know, and things like that, or got you know. I've had a cousin had.
I was talking about aborted babies. I was talking about that.
Well, it's still the same result. They're dead.
Wait, guys. What you missed, I think, is Danny. That's what we were talking about before you came in with Danny. His video he has a video, and the argument he made was a pro-choice argument for Christians, and the argument goes like this. It goes, if you believe that that babies are innocent and so they are saved or go to heaven, however you want to say it, right? But they're guaranteed to go to heaven, and you know, if you abort the baby, you're going to go to heaven. And so why wouldn't Christians be okay with, especially if there's like kids being aborted that are
that's killing.
That's what we were discussing.
But it's still the problem is that doesn't matter how the baby dies, it dies. So the same result happens is they go to where God is. And this is why I think that they do not directly go. They're not saved. They are not saved forever. No way. The millennium.
Okay, but where did they go, praise? I mean, there's just two sides you go to. You go to either one side and wait, and then or you go
he's saying they're going to soul sleep.
I mean, if they're three, if they're 3 years old, like my cousin's baby, 3 years old. I mean, I can't see
without their parents,
right? Over there with all the horrible.
I can explain that.
Where are they at?
Luke 16, bro.
I know that they're in full body and one age. I just
I know where they are. They're in Abraham's
bosom. Well, I know that because the rich man is over there looking and he's burning inside because he made all these. He didn't get rid of all of his ill-gotten gains and things like that. But what if a baby dies or my cousin's like 3 years old, I mean, I can't see that child being that she's him being 3 years old and over there at full age and full knowledge and like rubbing arms with all the pedophiles and the killers and the people that's threatening with Satan and all that, because there's either when you go to one side or the other. I want scripture to see.
Well, Sparrow, if you think Luke 16 is teaching, and by the way, I have videos on this. It's pretty interesting. I pointed out
videos. I mean, I just want to.
I can answer that for you, Sparrow. So, in the book of Deuteronomy, it says that bastards shall not come into the direct presence of God. Now, I think that they're going to be on the side of God, if you want to put it that way, or the side that is good. But that doesn't mean that they're going to be in the direct presence of God. Yeah,
but they won't be. They're not over there with all the the Satanists, or the people that
No, no,
kill
no,
other
no.
people?
No, those
Okay.
are unsaved. See, there's there's I think there's three designations: unsaved, damned,
Okay.
and then you have the saved, and then you have the
The
potentially
ones,
saved. The
the one,
potentially
okay.
saved be with God, but they're not going to be directly within His court, if you want to call His throne, court, whatever you
Okay,
want to
so it's the
call it,
ones that
altar.
so it must be the ones that are sitting outside the temple that are around the temple that
Yeah,
is built. Yeah, okay, so that
Ezekiel.
must
Yeah,
be
exactly. Yep.
okay. Because I know there the temple, and then there's more, that's built exactly, and it has the different the way the layout is. I mean, I've even seen, from someone actually have the plans even written out, and it shows all these places around the temple and how high it is, how big it is.
Yeah.
So, but there's other places, but then there's a other side for these, the other side that didn't make it, that were,
I think they're treated as
not
a
adult.
bastard. Yeah, I think God's going to treat him like a bastard. It
Well,
just means that, yeah, they're not
because I
going to
mean,
be in
I know
direct fellowship with God.
I know, but a
Well, I don't
bastard,
think you can actually say that though, because there's a couple problems. First off, we know of people who are righteous who are outside of Levitically acceptable unions. Jephthah is
I mean, there were
specifically a
like
bastard, but on top of
a
that, David
bastard
himself
would
is
be
descendant of a Moabite, right? And descendant of a prostitute. And Solomon is descendant of an adulterous woman. And so we can kind of continue down with that pattern, and all of them are in the eventual lineage of Christ. So, but then the other problem is too, you have to remember that the law of Moses is not meant to be the ultimate, right? If anything, it's meant to demonstrate how unattainable the ultimate is. I think there's no clearer example of this than the fact that who else can't enter the presence of the Lord is the crippled. Well, I mean, who amongst us is going to say that, well, God is not going to allow any sort of rest for the crippled? That doesn't make any sense. But
Well,
the
I mean, the
point is that
context says it though, CJ. It says to the 100th generation. How many generations are part of humanity? I'm saying like that would well go into the millennium. So I think it
right,
does
but
actually
I
say
think you're
that.
missing the point, though, because the point is that the law of Moses is giving you an idea of what perfection looks like, but it's not saying that that this is going to be the absolute way that it is, right? And we know that from multiple different ways, right? Not just the example of those in the lineage had mentioned, or the other examples of those who aren't actually entering into the service of the Lord, right? Which, by the way, even includes being bald. I mean, Elisha was bald. Elisha's a prophet, right? So that it just doesn't work. But on top of that, I mean, think of the whole purpose of Christ's coming in the first place. The law of Moses says, and it's because it is perfectly righteous, that adultery is punishable by death. That death is not just death by stoning, but it's that we understand the Old Testament to be types and shadows of that which is to come. So that's type and shadow of spiritual death as well. And then Jesus says to even look upon a woman with lust to commit adultery with her in her own heart. Well, newsflash for you, that means that to even look upon a woman with lust is to be worthy of both spiritual and physical death in the eyes of God, according to the law of Moses. It was written by his own finger then, and then spoken by his own lips when he came down here in in the incarnation. So you have two ways you can take this now. You can either say, okay, on the basis of what the law of Moses says, any man who has ever looked upon a woman with lust must be murdered by one of us, and also cannot go into heaven or enter into the presence of God. Or you can recognize that the law is not actually attempting to ixnay everybody out. It's operating as a schoolmaster to demonstrate the necessity for a redeeming savior. And I think the same would apply there for the bastards. You got to bear in mind, right, that there is tons of illegitimate unions in the lineage of Jesus, right? Again, Ruth is a Moabitess, Rahab is a prostitute, um, the Tamar, technically she would be a victim of rape, but that would make her child a bastard. And then Bathsheba is an adulteress. right? But they're all in the lineage of Jesus himself. Rahab's also a Canaanite.
But
So
Rahab wasn't a Rahab wasn't she had a fine linen. That's if you go back and look, she wasn't actually a prostitute, Rahab. She owned a fine linen, and I mean, I have studied this really in depth. And they called her, that's what they called her, a prostitute, because she was a fine linen maker.
I don't think that's accurate, because the Bible, without qualification,
I know it
refers
says
to her
but it's the Bible actually says, but if you look it up in the like in concordance, and you go back into the Hebrew, the original Masoretic text, it says that she was a fine linen maker, like she made linen.
Well, you could easily have been both, though, right? But it also refers to her as a. In fact, the exact
I mean, I
word
know
is
that. I know what it
Isha
says. Yeah, I know what it said. Yeah, it says that. But I looked at. I mean, I really looked into that. But go ahead. I mean, you could go ahead and finish what you were saying about the line.
Well, the point is, I mean, we gotta think Jesus does this deliberately, right? It's not like, because we're talking about the creator of the entire universe, right? So when he willingly comes through the line of, of illegitimate, well, he willingly comes through an illegitimate line is the point that I'm trying to say. And beforehand it foreordained that David would be in that line.
Yeah.
He did that on purpose, right? He wanted specifically David to be of Canaanite descent, of Moabite descent, of bastard descent, and etc. And then he himself wanted to enter into that same line. And I think it goes back to this notion of the law of Moses is not meant to demonstrate to us that all these people will be excluded, but rather it's to demonstrate to us why they would be excluded were it not for the perfect redemption of our Savior.
Yeah, but these are all people that had a chance to either live under the law or live under Christ and make the choices that they did. Okay. So we're speaking about the souls of the ones that didn't get to make, like, from the age of accountability, of being born into this world, because we do know that Christ did go preach on the other side,
and many came with him.
All souls had a chance to come to Christ prior to
that
him
time.
as promised,
Yes.
right? So what about the souls, like by the miscarriages, or by the abortions,
I'm not talking about
by the
I'm just talking about the
illnesses,
kids,
by all that die before the age of accountability? That's what we're talking about. And see, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, my position with you on everything is right. That's all I was wanting to like what I mean. I think Praise answered it for me just a minute ago. Like, I just want, just think about
really
like,
like Praise.
That
my stupid phone. I know what Jamie goes through with his phone. My gosh.
I know mine does it too, Praise.
I don't even know why there's a judgment with you guys. I don't even. It just seems weird. What do you guys understand about the judgment?
Oh, you mean the mercy seat?
The great.
I'm gonna have to bow out of that question, only because I got to hop off, and since that's a topic change, that'll be a perfect opportunity for me to do so. So,
all right, man.
CJ.
God bless you, CJ.
Thank you, CJ.
Yeah, God bless you guys. I appreciate the conversation.
Likewise.
So tell me how you guys understand I mean, so I would say the thing with Satan, I got to make a video on this, and but I look at it like there's 4 groups, and when Christ returns, he takes everyone who is saved alive or who's dead, they get resurrected. The alive that are on the earth when he comes, that are still alive, they will be changed, and then he raptures them out. And anybody who's lost, that's died, stays dead. And anybody that's alive, that's lost when he comes, also dies. That fixes the whole thing with the judgment passages that seem to put the death or the judgment of the wicked right Christ's next coming, when he saves everybody too.
Well, what about the people who never had a chance for salvation? How do you address that?
Right. So yeah, that's an open question for me. Like, people who never heard the gospel, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I say like if you're killed before the age of accountability, you're saved, I would presume, and then God will judge them however he judges people. I mean, look at Matthew 25.
But that's why there's a millennium though.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
can
the
you just find
millennium.
a passage that makes it so you have to say that there's people on the earth during the millennium. I know everybody says that, but I don't see any verse that like explicitly says it.
Well, Christ is putting his phone. God, I can't believe I said phone. Christ
It says
is
there's
putting his
innumerable people on earth during that time.
During that
Gog and
time.
Magog. It's
Yes.
you can't even count them. It's
You can't even
innumerable.
count them. Yes.
But
So Gog and Magog
like
to
the
me
sands of the sea.
yeah. So and if you look at Revelation 20, it says so I think the earth is kind of destroyed at Christ's coming. He removes all the saints, and then all the lost are dead. And the reason
Zechariah
Satan's
14 though, it's the Lord's day. It's the Lord's day. Christ, he puts his foot down on the Mount of Olives, and then you go to Ezekiel. He makes his way through the east gate. Yeah. So
yes,
coming here.
So so that's a good one. That seems problematic from my view. I know, but so here's the thing: trying to make all the verses work is difficult. But I would say some of these. So you're not going to like this answer, but my point is this: Revelation is not a linear order time sequence. It's mostly that way, but there's parts that are like overarching, telling a bigger story. So that's how I read Zechariah 14, although it is difficult. But it's not clear to me when in these passages dealing with the day of the Lord, if it's not mentioning the idea that leading up to it in some cases, but mainly during it, but it could also sometimes be describing after it as well. Now, as far as
just like Joel and the book of Acts, I mean, they what we're told there.
Oh yeah, right. Like with the Jesus returning with the saints, and like it's kind of like a war scene. Kind of.
Yeah, and then so that's why that you go in Zechariah, and he's going to put his foot down on the Mount of Olives. There's a great earthquake, and he makes his way through the east gate.
East, right?
Yeah, and
okay. Well, let me explain that for Maybe really quick, just so you know what it is.
And that could be as lightning. I forget how that comes. So as the Son of Man shall come, like that's where.
Yeah, I believe he returns with the saints, but this is the scene of after the 1,000 years, the Gog and Magog and all the sand. That's the same thing as all the lost people who did not receive the blessed resurrection at the beginning, right? When all the saints were raised. The Gog and Magog, you see, it shows in the beginning of Revelation 21. It says, after the 1,000 years, the sea gave up the dead, that is, the unsaved ones. They're resurrected into mortal bodies. When Jesus and the saints return in the heavenly Jerusalem, okay, and that's when he touches down on the earth and splits the mountain and puts the kingdom onto the earth with the saints inside, and that's when all the dead lost people are raised. And
that doesn't make any sense, Jamie.
Why?
Well, because
I'll tell you why. Because firstly, it says that the ones in Gog and Magog rebel. It's a rebellion.
Yes,
so you have to explain the rebellion.
All time. It's all because they're resurrected at Christ's return again. They've died.
No, it says Satan is loose for a season, and then there's a great rebellion.
Yes. It's describing the ultimate end of all the rebellion, including Satan and all the rebellious people.
But then you're not. But you have to account for the ones who never heard the gospel. Then, how would you? Are you saying that they're rebelling too?
No, I don't know. I would say they're in heaven then. God's the judge.
Yeah, to me, that just makes no sense at all, because you're just giving a free pass to heaven.
No, well, look, it says Christ, the judge, he's judging every man according to their works. It says that in that passage. So I would argue that somehow God, in His knowledge,
have works. What works do they have?
There's no works.
Wait. No. I'm saying, what do you mean works? So this is interesting, because I'm just saying by their conduct, by their lives, okay? And God's the judge, not me. And so I would say it says that people are judged according to the light that they're given, and it talks about it in Romans 1. You could appeal to that too. So I'm not their judge. God is. We're just told to give a break.
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean,
it's just like whenever he comes back, there's going to be 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds on earth too. Okay, so
I presume you're saved automatically.
When they come back, they're gonna have a chance to know during that 1,000 years Am I right about this, Praise? Like when Christ comes back, there's still going to be babies.
Yeah.
Like if tomorrow he comes back, there's little babies running around. There's kids running around.
Well, why do you guys presume they have to
that whenever
receive a
he comes
chance?
back,
They could just be
they will have
saved.
a chance
Period.
to know. Am I right?
Well, everyone has to hear the gospel to be saved, Jamie. And so if you don't
Yeah,
hear
they'll
the
hear it when
gospel,
Jesus returns. They're not the age of accountability. I don't know. I get what you're saying. I think it could go either way. I think what you're saying makes sense.
I don't think there is no such thing as this is where I could probably separate from most people because they actually believe babies are going to be birthed in the millennium. But I'm saying no, that's just like an expression. It's a figure of speech saying basically everyone is going to be in some type of angelic body.
Yeah, the spiritual body. It says that we will be just like the angels. That we will go back into a spiritual body, just like the angels. Like, so there's not going to be given and taken in marriage once we shed our flesh. So that means that basically we will not be having. There's not going to be any sex.
You know what? When it says that, when Jesus says that, by the way, we could look at it if you want, but. I pointed this out in a video talking about it because that's where it says Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of the living. Do you know, like in that whole chapter, like it starts out literally where it goes, regarding the resurrection from the dead, the Sadducees came to Jesus and asked him these questions because they didn't believe in the resurrection of the dead. And then Jesus said to them, regarding the resurrection from the dead, this, and that, you don't know your scriptures, blah, 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 blah. And then he said, and then again, it says, and then in regards to the resurrection from the dead, God says, I am the God of the living, the God, you know what I mean? Like it says it like over and over, like, so that context is in the resurrection.
Well, I know, but see, I know that my dad and my brother
Christ said he's the resurrection. I know what you're talking about, Jamie.
Sleeping. I mean, they're not in a grave. I just know that because I mean, so that
okay,
right
that's
there,
fine.
I mean,
that's fine. But what I told you about the chapter, I just reported to you what it says. It says regarding the resurrection from the dead. So
and then he mentions Jacob, and then he mentions people that died in the past, and he's saying they're alive.
They're alive, just like Lazarus in the booth and the rich man looking over.
And Moses and Elijah on the mountain.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so
figuration, they weren't sleeping.
Right. Okay, yeah, but look. All I'm trying to tell you guys, all I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to argue for my view.
So let Jamie finish. Go ahead, go.
My only point is just to like try to like hear me out. Like I'm not gonna do good every time at like not
right. No, I'll listen.
You, but like when I said like I want to give you a break. I don't want to like pressure you with anything all the time. But like so when I was trying to just report what the text says, which is interesting. I wasn't trying to spin it or anything. I was just saying it does say that. So that's all. Just I just want to hopefully recognize that. I'm not always searching for some view or something.
Yeah, I think the word "living" there, "zao," is indicative, like Hebrews, where it says that the word is quicker, sharper than a two-edged sword.
Yeah.
It quickens. It's living, like the living word. It's I think it means people are quickened. That's what it means. You're quickened to eternal life.
Sure. I don't think that means I don't think that insists that it has to mean my view is true. Like I just take that to mean like he's coming for those who are made, get their glorified bodies, and those who are dead, like spiritually dead. Even I'm not even sure. I'd have to look at it closer, but that's how I've always read it, to just mean eternal fates. The ones that are saved and the ones that are lost, basically, is how I read that. It doesn't have anything to do to me necessarily with soul sleep per se. Of course, I don't know that for sure. That's just I'm telling you how I've understood it, which I wouldn't use that verse to argue for my view. In other words.
Well, no, yeah. See, my aunt, she's Jehovah's Witness, and she loves Jesus. I mean, she is a good Christian woman, but she thinks that my brother and my dad are in the grave, and they're not in the grave. Even my dad went to war and watched his platoon people, almost his whole platoon get killed and like that. And they're not, they didn't even make it back over. I mean, they were blown to pieces, so, hold on a second.
You know what, Sparrow? I have a title for our show tomorrow, The State of the Dead. We could have a good Bible study on that. You're welcome, Jamie, if you want to come in there and push back or whatever. But I think you already know our points anyway.
Very good.
I'm still putting together a lot of the verses on this issue because there are a lot of verses that people don't realize, I think, come to bear on it, and like it'd be good to just work them out because, like, I haven't done a good job of even laying it out, but like so many things people read right through. You know what I mean? Have you noticed that with any verse or any doctrine? It's like you like suddenly you'll like read a verse and you'll go, "Wow, it's saying I never realized that you actually said that." And you go,
And I
"Whoa!"
pray for that. That's what I do. I pray. If I can't figure a verse out, I will pray and ask him will he give me the knowledge and the wisdom to understand that verse, and then I could read it again, and bam, I got it, and then I understand it. You know,
Yeah, it can be
so
like 10 years of
learn.
reading it, you know, and then it
Oh
hits you.
yeah,
I never saw
it's
that.
taken me 20 years to even get where I'm at now. So yeah, it's a journey.
Amen. It's a journey.
So
walking with the word.
So I'll let you guys say your final words or whatever.
Okay.
I'm
Well, I
tired.
appreciate letting us come up and
Yeah.
talk, and that'd be great. Praise that we
So
can
let me
do
just say
that.
one last thing, and then I want to hear from each one of you. But so I was
Okay.
going to say, look at John 14 and just tell me how you make sense of that with those Thessalonian verses about what people appeal to the rapture. Because I would want to say I read a few commentaries from some respected scholars, and there was a couple who have your view about the souls in heaven and all that. But I did, and I can't find them now. But see what you can find on it, since you seem to find stuff really well. But read John 14 and then look at
John
that verse that
14
says the Lord.
is one of my most favorite chapters.
Yeah. So that verse that says the Lord shall bring with him those who have fallen asleep. Uh, I read a commentary from someone who has your view, but he said also that that's talking in the context or surrounding it, like it's got to mean taking the saints from the earth back to the Father. And if you look at John 14, I think that's part of why. And so that doesn't mean your view is wrong from that verse. It just means I think that verse has to mean that. And I read, people will argue otherwise, but I've heard people who don't take
I'd like to see that commentary. Yeah, I'd like to check it out. If you can find it, man, that'd be awesome.
I'll see if I can. I'm going to look for it too, but I would just compare that verse to John 14 and what Jesus tells them. And even the surrounding context before John 14, he talks about like, where I'm going, you can't go, something like that. Okay, not exactly that. But then he says, I'll come back for you. But he also says like
mansions and stuff. Yeah, I know what you're
in my
talking about.
Father's house. Do not let your heart be troubled. In my Father's house are many mansions.
There you go.
And if I go and prepare a place for you, I love John 14. I'm sorry.
Yes. There you go. Okay. Well, Jamie, thank you for having us up here.
Honk for Jesus, everybody. Beep, beep.
I just wanted to have a quick reply to what CJ said, that in Deuteronomy there that we're supposed to take it in in a partial way, not necessarily as like the gospel, which I kind of agree. But I will say that the bastard verse there is talking about the temple, or it's talking about the tabernacle. So it says that the earthly example was like the heavenly example. The earthly tabernacle is like the heavenly tabernacle. So the reason why I'm using that has more credence is because it was an example of the heavenly one, and it also says 200 generations. So I do think God's not calling them bastards, but I think they'll be treated as bastards, which means they'll have access to the kingdom of God, but they will not have access to direct worship. That's the difference. That's all.
Well said, Praise.
Gotcha.
Get it, Jamie? He honked for Jesus. Beep, beep. That's my last words.
Honk, honk.
Thumbs up for Jesus, everyone. And I do pray. I do pray that everyone turns to Jesus Christ, because that's the only way to enter the kingdom of heaven.
Amen.
Come,
all right.
Lord Jesus.
Sorry, I'm getting a lag. Please go.
Beep, beep. God bless.
Oh, I thought you were going to pray.
Oh, well, I was just saying, come, Lord Jesus, come. That's, and that I do pray that all turns to Jesus Christ, because he is the only way to enter the kingdom of heaven. And he is the light, and he is the way. And all glory goes to God. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
All right. Jesus is King. Love you guys.
Love you.